Roll call, please.
Tim O'Connell,
Here.
Sharon Kelly,
Here.
Tracy LeBlanc. Here. Doug Rowdy.
Here.
Pam Garvey.
Here.
Justin Wood.
Here.
We are all here today.
All present. All right. Approval of the agenda. On the agenda, we're going to move, I guess we could take some public comments. No, at number 6, we're going to probably go into a closed session for about 10 minutes. Would be the only thing on the update. So approval of the agenda with number 6 being closed.
I make a motion, we approve the amended agenda.
All right.
Second that.
There's a second. All those in favor then say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Number 5 is Mr.
No, we need to approve the minutes. That was.
Approval of the minutes, number 4. Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve.
okay. Nobody seen any other changes or anything? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say, oh, is there a second?
I'll go ahead, Sharon.
Sharon, okay. All those in favor of approving the minutes?
Aye.
Opposed, the same, none, okay. Now, receipt from a county board member. We only have one here. Mr. Olson, you gonna save yours for the hearing, kind of? Okay, all right. All right, so we're gonna have let's get a deal to go into closed session. And we'll come back at approximately quarter after that for the meeting. And if everybody could read the etiquette, or if we have to read the etiquette, kind of to keep the meeting going. Mr. Olson, you can stay if you want. All right. Thank you.
We need a
We
motion.
need a motion to go into closed session.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Second. Yeah.
Tracy and Doug to go into closed session per statute 1985 1G. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And get a seat. All right. Either scroll down a little bit, but the clerk is going to read inside of the rules here so that we maintain a little decorum as we're going through this.
So while everyone may have different opinions and perspectives on these issues, supervisors and members of the public alike will be expected to treat fellow participants with respect. To speak at this meeting, you must first be recognized by the chair. One person will be given the floor to speak at a time. The person who has the floor, either a supervisor or public, should be afforded courtesy to share their ideas and concerns without interruption. This is a working meeting of the ES committee, similar to a county board meeting or any other official business meeting of an organization. The public is not allowed to interject at will, and such behavior will not be tolerated. Instead, we have set aside time specifically to hear from citizens what you have to say, and everyone will take their turn. Committee members may ask clarifying questions of public speakers if necessary, but it is not appropriate to engage in debate or argue with guests or other counselors on their perspective. Everyone has a right to their opinion. Inappropriate or disrespectful behavior or comments towards fellow supervisors, department staff, or visitors will not be tolerated, and those conducting themselves in this manner will be asked to leave the meeting. Adhering to these standards of behavior will help guide this county committee through potentially difficult discussions, encourage public participation with a respectful exchange of ideas, and ensure a productive meeting. Everybody agree to those rules?
All right.
Chair, if I can, I also want to notify everyone that this is not a public hearing. It is not noticed as a public hearing. If you are recognized by the chair, you have an opportunity to be heard. However, if you violate the rules that are set out by the chair has every right to tell you to stop. This is a Environmental Services Committee meeting. It is not a public hearing. So try to abide by the rules. If you're recognized by the chair, you can talk. If you are not recognized by the chair, you do not have an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
And then when I recognize you, just say your name or whatever and where you're from, just to help everybody else to know who, what, why, and where. So to start with, I think, don't we have a person that wants to give us a presentation? Is he going to be prepared to start or?
Hello, this is Larry Konopacki. I think you're referring to me.
I am referring to you, sir.
Thank you. This is Larry Konopacki. I'm an attorney for the Wisconsin Towns Association, attorney and lobbyist. And I think as far as presentation, I'm just going to give a few background points here verbally and then answer any questions or perform whatever role you'd prefer I do today. But through some of the towns, they asked us a couple weeks ago to take a look at the county's shoreline zoning ordinance and give an opinion related to the application of general zoning in the shoreline areas. And I'll just touch through that on real high points here and then answer any questions. I'm an attorney in private practice at Stafford, Rosenbaum in Madison, and I also represent counties and have worked with counties on their shoreline zoning ordinances on behalf of counties, represent cities, villages, towns. This isn't just a town's perspective, I guess is what I'm saying. So the general structure of shoreline zoning in Wisconsin is there's a state statute that dictates to the DNR that it should administer a shoreline zoning program in the state, that it's directed to create administrative rules to establish standards for shoreline zoning. And the DNR also provides and regularly updates a model ordinance that counties can use to fulfill their obligation as the administrative arm of shoreline zoning. Of course, Polk County has done that, as have the other counties in the state. The question that we were asked to look into is whether or not Polk County's ordinance, as it's currently drafted, is compliant with those various layers of state control, and we concluded that it's very likely that it is not. And in particular, the reason for that is in Polk County's ordinances, there is a corporation by reference of the general zoning provisions, the county's general zoning ordinance, and applying that in the shoreline. And that is, as a general rule, impermissible. There are limitations on what a county can impose in the shoreline areas and in the towns. And the reason for that, I believe, is because to apply general zoning in a town, as most of you are probably aware, you need to have town approval. The town has to opt in into that partnership to apply general zoning in any particular town. Just as a side note, you can also apply county zoning in general zoning in a portion of a town. That's a newish legislative enactment that allows towns to opt in to county zoning only for portions of the towns. So if it's general zoning, the town has to have an opportunity to opt in. If it's shoreline zoning, to be clear, the towns do not have say in that. That's just something that the county does under state law. So the question is, what goes into the shoreline zoning bucket and what goes into the general zoning bucket? And I think, as with most statutes, the direction on that isn't particularly clear, but what the statutes do say is that anything that the county puts in unilaterally without town approval to the shoreline zoning ordinance has to be related to the purposes in the shoreline zoning section of the statutes. And so the example I often give to the counties I work for, or the towns who are asking questions, is if it's a general zoning type provision that really has little to do with the shoreline zoning purposes, that's a general zoning provision, and towns have to approve that and adopt county general zoning for those provisions to apply in the town. If it's shoreline zoning purpose related, then that's not something that the towns have to opt in on. And so an example of that would be just your typical setbacks, side yard, front yard setbacks. Those are general zoning provisions that would have to be in a general zoning ordinance and would have to be adopted by the town to apply in that town, as compared to the setback from the water, the shoreline setback. That's something that is a shoreline zoning, water-specific, shoreline-specific provision that is appropriate to be in the shoreline zoning ordinance. Another example would be the uses. Generally speaking, controlling the uses, commercial, ag, residential, is a general zoning purpose and not appropriate for inclusion in a shoreline zoning ordinance. Now, there are exceptions. There could be exceptions to that. For instance, if the county decided that there are particular uses that are inconsistent or incompatible with being close to the water, but because of their distance to the water, those are examples of things that the county could decide to put into its shoreline zoning ordinance if it concluded that it was for those purposes. So the way that the ordinance is currently drafted, and even some of the draft changes that I've reviewed, the county's really exceeding what it's allowed to, would be exceeding in the case of the ordinance that's proposed, and certainly in the ordinance that exists today, is exceeding that authority in terms of imposing general zoning regulation within the shorelines. And I'll stop there and see if there's any questions, and I can certainly go into any more detail on any of those points.
All right. Well, thank you. Does anybody have questions of him to start with yet? None right now? All right. Okay. We didn't really do a list or anything. Does anybody have comments? Anything? Who wants to start? Mr. Nelson, go ahead.
So again, last meeting.
Say your name for everybody
Chris
else.
Nelson.
Thank you.
Middletown Township. Last meeting at your public hearing, I submitted a list of red line and some questions. We never got to that review. We go through that.
Do we have that? Holy mackerel. Do you have that, Logan, with you?
I don't think I do have the public hearing documents from the last public hearing with me. I mean, they're in my office.
Okay. Do you remember some of the specifics or not, or if we have
Well, they
that?
were mostly definitions.
Okay.
And you guys stopped the meeting short and you just said, well, we'll have a working meeting, and I assume that's when we're gonna be talking about them. And I had them in different pieces. There were 2 existing permits that we did a month before, and Logan answered them, so there's county discussion on them, and then a couple new ones, and with some definitions.
So your definition.
Really, I mean, I could go through mine if you wanted me to go page by page.
Were you talking about John's definitions?
No.
Okay. Just, thank you. I just clarifying.
And I didn't really give definitions. I just, I mean, I can go through it. You want me to just go through
Step
mine?
up there, yeah.
Sure.
Let's go through some if it isn't too bad. Let's get through. I think that's, some of
I
the
can
other
go page
people
by
want these
page.
too.
Okay.
Wanted some of the definitions. Because I think we had a couple other ones too that had definitions.
So it'd be, now this is probably,
Different page numbers.
yeah,
It's quite a few.
because I don't have the,
I have the newest one.
oh, I did it on the one.
It just, definitions, it should be 42. Well,
Under definitions, under accessory structures, that would be page 2 of 53. That's what I was pulling up there. So I just underlined a number of them because they get talked about a lot in the ordinance, like patio, a deck. So villages a lot of times will define those, what's a patio, what's a deck, how many inches above the grade. And we're using them in accessory structures, sidewalk, walkway, detached stairway. I just felt like maybe and then retaining wall again was in that one also. So a lot of these are kind of throughout the ordinance, but there's no definitions of them. And it just, again, we're leaving it up to one person to decide, or a board of adjustment to decide. And that's when we go to board of adjustments. Everyone's kind of trying to pull out what the definition is, and it'd be nice if the committee would maybe work on a few more. Then I go down to bunkhouses, number 8 on that same page. And this has always been a little contentious question. Whenever we tell people we're building a bunkhouse and we can't put cooking facilities in a bunkhouse, or food preparation facilities. And everyone asks, what is that? What is no cooking? Is that a microwave, a crock pot, a grill on the deck? No food preparation facilities. What is that? Is that a sink? Is that a refrigerator? Is that what's food preparation? That's a bowl to have cereal in, make pudding, make bread. I don't,
That's getting pretty iffy.
yeah,
I mean, that's your,
that's where
I
I'm.
mean, I think Health and Human Services would have that. I mean,
That
like a
definition?
restaurant. I mean,
Yeah,
they
but
have-
do you guys want to put food preparation facilities that you can't prepare food in a bunkhouse? I'm just, that's a question I have for you guys.
Yeah, okay, I'm just saying,
Um,
that's, you're getting, yeah. All right,
Well, this is what happens with us out in the field, though. On number 20, again, let's see. Like here on number 14 definition, it says deck and then it has patio. Means an undisclosed exterior accessory structure that has no roof or sides. It was just a question again, for there to be a discussion about a deck. Because a lot of decks do have a roof over them.
and it's a porch, according to whatever, I think I read
Okay.
that. So we could find that. I
Yep.
think a porch is covered.
Number 21, excavating. It just says scooping or digging out dirt. Just wanted to make sure you guys were comfortable with that definition. I know you haven't really talked about that definition much. But it just, only scooping or digging is excavating. On the next page, about privacy fences,
31.
yeah, 30, 31. It was a little concerning that fences were allowed to be built on the property line in some spots. And in other places, they're not allowed on the property line. Maybe Logan can find that in here later, but I know we can't, it's hard to build a fence on the property line for anybody and not get around the other side and work on it. So again, if I build a fence right on the property line, I got to walk on the neighbors to do maintenance on it. I just should be addressed clear maybe. My next page was page 26. This is one I brought up in my public hearing. This is on outlot means a lot remnant or a parcel of land within a plat remaining after platting, which is intended for open space use, for which no development is intended other than that which is accessory to open space use. Any outlot may be developed for any use or structure that requires a private on-site waste sewer treatment. Which means that you create an outlot basically so there's no sanitary system on it. That's the main rule, right?
Definition 65. isn't it?
Yes, it's definition 65.
Definition 65.
And here's where I was asking if maybe we should add something. So this just happened over the last few months and I used as a current application that's in for a subdivision. It's actually a personal subdivision on me on this. Where that open space, it's in that public comment where the administrator said that he decides what the size of that building is by using that word accessory to open space use. And what has been historically done in the county is that open space use is a pole building, something you can put on there with no sanitary system. You can't have a dwelling on it, but you can put a pole shed on it. Now, the way I've understood that to be in the past is you couldn't put a building in an open building, a storage building, if the guy wanted to put a cabinet shop in it, right? Well, there's a business in it. It's more for storage. We built buildings on outlots in the past, and this current one that's on the public comment sheet that you guys have is being held up right now, and that was the one I told you guys about that. By this kind of language, what I did is I went through the county surveyor, and he told me what I had to do. Then I went to our township, Milltown Township, over a couple months, and we worked on these outlots. And to make a long story short, the township actually put another outlet on my other building. So one's got 3 pole barns on it, one's gonna have 1 on it. The township actually asked me to put outlet on the bigger lot too, because they felt like it gave them a little control, that if someone wanted to come out and put a house there someday or turn one of the buildings into a house, that people would have to come back to the township to get that taken out of outlot to develop the property into residential. There was another small lot there that was creating 100 by 250. And that was for a small pole shed. And the reason I kept it that small was to maintain all the vegetation around it. And it's a wetland on the property. And so the discussion I had with the township was, here's the reason why we wanted to make it a small lot. I certainly could make it bigger, but there was a reason to do it. So someday when I'm not an owner of this property, either one of these, that dwellings could get built in these sensitive areas, all the trees can get cut down. We're worried about storage. You let a guy have 3 acres or 2 acres or an acre, more trees that get cut down, more storage around the buildings, outside storage, which that was discussion we had with the township. So they asked for them to both be outlots. So I went to the county surveyor, took a few months, county surveyor, my surveyor did this my survey. We gave it back to the county surveyor approved it, went to county administrator, zoning administrator, not county administrator, zoning. And I was told that I'm not meeting the open space rule, and that the open space rule was, as an example, it was written down in a document that you guys have, that if I had a half-acre lot, that the administrator thought that a garden shed, if, let's say he used an example, if I had a garden on the half acre, that he would let me do a garden shed big enough to hold garden equipment. That's never been how the rules have been interpreted in the past, that one person gets to decide how big your garden shed is. I got bigger garden tools than he probably has.
Easy,
So-
out of order.
Huh?
Yeah, we're getting off.
That was
Don't mean to interrupt.
It's gotta be more specific to everything here.
Aye.
This is getting,
What? Well, this was my public comment, so we were supposed to do it last month. I'm just reviewing it or no?
No, and so that's fine. I think you've given your example. Can we circle back to what you're asking the committee to do? There's just a lot of people, and I anticipate that
Sure.
everyone has this
Oh,
much.
yeah.
We'll run out of time. And so,
So the last month or a couple weeks ago, I asked again, is I think we should put in, I think the township should have that approval, right? The township should be the ones deciding what kind of building goes on an outlot, how big it can be, what the road setbacks are. And we could eliminate putting Logan in the middle of deciding how big a garden shed should be. Township already approved it. Our only means of action now is administrator appeal. So I think it's something that we should get cleaned up, be very specific on to open space use. Because I don't think it matters the size of your building on what's open space use, right? A boat, a tractor, a skid loader, a baler, whatever, right? Just because it's on an outlot, township approved it and now we're getting shut down at the county level. So that's what I think we should address. So we don't have to go to administrator appeal on that stuff. Next page was, again, 81. And this would be page 9. Again, it's a definition of structure. And within the structure, you have principal structure. You have sidewalk, walkways, patios, decks, retaining walls, again. And you define structure means all these other items, but these don't have definitions in them. So again, we just have a lot of words that are being used multiple places in the or in the proposed definitions that don't have definitions.
is that one right out of the model ordinance?
That's what I was just gonna look.
I think if you look at the model ordinance, accessory and structures, that's right out of the state.
And that's probably fine.
So we
I
probably
think
have to help
accessory
as well.
structure is it's good. I just think there's things in there that should also be defining. I don't have a problem with the accessory structure definition. It's the things that are in there that are not defined somewhere else.
Okay,
Principal structure, for example, it's listed sometimes principal structure, sometimes it's listed a dwelling, sometimes it's listed,
yeah, a building.
building,
Structure, yeah.
right?
So yeah, that's always been,
Yep.
and that was, I think, out of the model, some of that the same way.
So yeah, structure is in the model.
Yeah.
Right,
Same way
and
as
that's
the-
okay.
Yep.
I think the definition.
You would like better clarification as far as some of the cross references.
Yeah.
That's what you're asking for.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Page 11 on 50 out of 53. So one of the things you guys have highlighted in this one was buildings no greater than 64 square feet. It's G, sorry, page 11G. It was in bold, it was in red. And it says buildings no greater than 64 square feet in a size required a permit. The fee shall be reduced to the fee schedule. And this structure shall not be deemed as an accessory building for purposes of counting under this section. I just think there should be a limit on how many of those buildings you guys should have. Because I could put, the way it's read, it almost feels like I could put 10 64 square foot buildings on my property. None of them are gonna be considered accessory structures, and I leave an inch between them, they're all separate, right? Maybe there could be a quantity on that. Let's see. On bunkhouses, number 4, sanitary systems must be sized for total number of bedrooms and the lot after the bunkhouse is built. No affidavits allowed. It reads, and maybe I'm just reading it wrong, is that you can't do a sanitary system until after the bunkhouse is built. Or is it, if that's what I'm reading, but usually I have to get a sanitary system before I build the bunkhouse.
Depending on the size and stuff.
And maybe they're just saying, hey, give us a number of what it's gonna look like when it's done. If there's 1 bedroom or 2 bedrooms or whatever it is, but that one seemed confusing. This one also, the bunkhouse shall be built, number 5 under K, same page. The bunkhouse shall be built to uniform dwelling code compliance. A copy of the completed and passed final inspection of the bunkhouse by the town's building inspector is due to the zoning office within 2 years of obtaining the land use permit, as proof of this condition has been satisfied. I just think somewhere it should clarify who's gonna give that to them, because the contractors pull the land use permit and the contractors get the kind of your final, most of the time, sometimes it's the homeowners, but for us, we tend to pull most of the permits. My old company, we used to pull all the permits for everyone, and I'm just want to be clear that, is it up to the contractor to give that back, or is it the homeowner you're requiring it to get to the county within 2 years? It's the same thing we're having problems with, is the mitigation, with the stuff.
I think all the permits say on the bottom that it's the owner is the
But see,
owner of the land is the permit. So
the owners don't always get the copy of the permit. You know,
well, that's up to you guys to do that. Then.
Well,
That
okay,
could be part of your job.
well, I'm just.
Because if they are,
Yeah,
they get the fine, you don't.
yep, I'm just saying it.
Okay, so
might
they
be-
should be the one to do it.
Yeah,
I think we should I think it says it on a lot of the permits if I don't. I think about all the permits now say that the owner is responsible.
Yeah.
So I mean, that would be an in-house thing you'd have to do kind of, I guess. But they are ultimately, if something is wrong, they go after
it just
those.
might be nice to just say that then right here, the owner is responsible for this information.
Yes, okay.
Because does the owner, I mean, I'm thinking about when we built it, I didn't pay any attention. I let the builder do all that.
So if it didn't get registered, you still get the fine.
There's sometimes we're not always at the end of the job. We're not
Yeah.
there for the mitigation, some of the
Yeah.
land
Sure.
disturbances. So we're not always there at the end of the job.
Well, it might take a year or two before the building inspector gets out there, or he might never show up.
Just questioning that. Again, on number 10, there it says cooking facilities are prohibited. Questioning that again. I also there on page 32 of 53 down at the bottom, it's a diagram illustrating C1. Here's where I wrote on here, and maybe I could pass this so you can see what it looks like. Basically, walk this to you guys and just look at that bottom. So as you're looking at that, Doug, my question on that is, you have three diagrams of what you can use setback averaging for. And so what I did is I drew a small addition on the back of that, one of the illustrations. One is this legal or not, right, under this current ordinance? And then the second question is, if it is legal, that might be something that you'd want to have another diagram there that shows someone that you can add a room addition to a conforming setback averaging dwelling. Whether it's the deck and the whole cabin is all behind setback averaging, can we still add an addition on it? Because it seems like interpretation has been that setback averaging can't be used for an addition. But if the whole dwelling
I think it
meets,
says lateral. You can go sideways and up. I think that's in the model ordinance too. If you do any non-conforming, it has to be laterally or
right, and we understand that, that's not what
And-
that's asked.
that's
This
asking.
is for setback averaging, not non-conforming. So setback averaging means it's conforming. If you can use setback averaging, you're creating a conforming structure.
Then you're limited to the 200 square feet, isn't it?
No, that's only if you're non-conforming.
Okay.
So you're just talking strictly in addition landward side.
Yeah,
But then it would be the front of the principal. But if it's added onto a principal, it would be closer than the,
that's on the
Be close-
driveway
landward
side.
side, so.
on the landward side.
Yeah.
Landward side.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought that, isn't there some stuff in there about that? Or maybe it's only non-conforming. then
they've got
it's-
that under their public hearing documents.
Yeah. So, all right.
Do you mind if I make a photocopy of this and give it to the clerk?
No problem.
Those are your
Oh,
notes.
that's
aren't
all
they?
you-
Those are your notes.
Can I give it to you after we're done?
Yes. There we go.
Take a picture of it. Okay, so on page 33, you guys did address some of this apron stuff. Now,
On the boathouse now you're out.
yeah,
On a boathouse,
and I
okay.
think you've changed it again, possibly. There's more red in the new document, but I'll just show you what on this again. I think what I was going off of was side door, the side door of a boathouse. We've always been able to do a small little something there, the landscapers have. Again, this is a landscaper issue. It doesn't affect us, but a lot of times when we pull our permits, we're required, even though it doesn't affect us, we have to show the landscape design and all this accessory structures, a set of steps, landings. We have to show all them on our plan, so it does affect us pulling the land use permit. I just think this access in and out of boathouses hasn't been really hashed out totally yet. I showed also in my last example in public hearing right out of the DNR statute about you cannot make a boathouse so restricted that you can't build one, and you have to follow the uniform dwelling code on handrails. The only way to meet the uniform dwelling code is you have to have a set of steps coming off a boathouse with a set of handrails. Now, it doesn't have to be 5 foot. They have a minimum, or they have a minimum of 36 inches for a walkway, but they are required to have handrails to get in and off a boathouse. So to meet that uniform dwelling code, we have to address how do you get off a boathouse. I can't leave a gap in a handrail if there's more than a 2 foot fall to get on and off the boathouse. So what's required is a 36-inch wide minimum set of steps with 8-inch risers, you know, all this uniform dwelling code chit chat, but I just think that needs to get addressed on how are we gonna let people get in and off their boathouses?
Is that ADA then, 36?
Handrail height?
No, for width.
Well, that's what any entry door, any set of stairs, it's not ADA because ADA has to be a ramp. But
Okay,
just for uniform dwelling code, 36 inches is
minimum.
minimum
Okay.
width for a an entrance door or a set of stairs. You're not allowed to do stairs less than 36 inches wide. Currently, you can do them 5 feet. That's what we've been doing in the county. You can do 5-foot stairs. So we've always been able to be somewhat creative on how. And what's happened is with the proposed language, one of the ways we used to do it is we used to be able to take a landing off of a set of stairs coming down a hill. You could take a 50 square foot landing and go the other way to get to your steps to go into your boathouse. Now the current draft says you can't take a left anymore on a landing. They can only go with the way the stairs go. So now what's going to have to happen, you're going to see people making stairs, come down this side of the boathouse, go across the boathouse so you can get onto it. Then you're going to go down the boathouse, and then you have to come across the boathouse to get into the other door. I think trying to solve a problem, we're actually creating a bigger problem and just letting people have a short little set of stairs to get up and off their boathouse and creating this complicated walkway so we can meet the intent of what a walkway and what it needs to have a discussion on it, I hope. Number 8 underneath this dry boathouse, again on page 33, number 8, it says boathouse is excavated into a slope for more than 20% requiring a credential professional design plan. And again, I think there's some definitions on that, but what is that? You know, are we that we've been designing these for years? Are we consider that we're a licensed builder? Again, it's who is that to excavate a slope 20%?
It's land and water.
Yeah, and we've gone to land and water with our erosion control plans.
This would be about the same thing, yeah.
Sure, it just,
Maybe that should be put in there. I think, Derek, you've kind of looked at some of that things, haven't you?
Manager?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so it wasn't, we're the plan reviewers, but it wasn't necessarily intended for us to be the credentialed professional, but rather
Correct.
those designing the plans and, you know, constructing or developing the site to have the credentials and the experience and to properly design and, you know, install that practice or that development. So it's more, you know, for the contractors, excavators, landscapers to have soil erosion control credentials. And in some cases, when it's a more complicated site, maybe it's an engineer to design a plan appropriate for that particular vulnerable site.
Okay. I think we talked about that too, a bunch of us, to
yeah,
make sure something like that happened.
right.
Okay.
And I think we agree with that if it's a big complicated site, but if you only have 20% slope and it's only this big, right,
Like a ditch,
like a ditch,
yeah.
we're probably gonna just be okay. We're not gonna need to hire, because this says you are required, if it's a 20% slope, it says you are required. And I just want to make sure that that's what your intention is that if we have a 20% slope and it's only 4 feet long, we're still gonna have to go get a licensed credential person. It says that. So I just want to make sure
might-
we're either doing it all the time or we're not
It
doing
might
it.
be a site visit one. So, I mean, land and water might have to do a site visit.
Well, zoning does.
And
Zoning comes out and they'll look at, like, you got a job right now and the slope is behind where the house is and we're not going to touch the slope. It's got 20% slope. And he's like, this lot, there are 2 lots right next to each other. One, he's like, I don't need any erosion, you know, just our typical erosion control probably. The other sites comes into the dwelling, that we have to do that more detailed plan, which
that'll always be a site by site. So I mean,
I just think it should say that then, if that's what it is, or then.
that would be site by
Than
site.
just saying required, because required means it's on every one. No matter what it is. So I
It
just,
should say may require.
yeah, possibly.
It's 20%.
All right.
I don't know, just
I
something.
mean,
for you
just
guys
for
to-
wordings to help out that way.
Yeah.
Put the word may in. All right.
Again, on number 11, if a retaining wall is needed, again, it talks about, it talks about retaining wall all through this again, with still no definitions of retaining wall. Just bringing that up, it's there also. The next page, 34. You have number 5, walkways, stairways, and railing systems. Again, there's really no definition for walkway, but it's bold there. So, and I know they refer to different places. I just, here's the one part I question. And I think there was one problem in Polk County years ago up in Clam Falls. Under number 7, fence. A fence along a road that meets all the following requirements is no taller than 15 feet. I just find that hard to believe that we let people build 15-foot tall fences along the roads. And this would be in the shoreline ordinance. I mean, that's a 2-story house. And I'm just wondering why we want to let people build 15-foot tall fences. So that's number 7A.
But that would be along the roadway on the backside, wouldn't it? The road is always in front of the house.
Sometimes it is. On Half Moon, the roads are in front of the houses. There's lakes where
Yeah.
the roads are in front.
Exception to every rule.
Yeah. Page 35. This is a setback from private road. I think you guys have already addressed it, so I'll skip by that.
Yeah, we did, yeah. Number 5, you might want to do, change that, all right.
It said center line of road or easement. I had easement written down too. You define vegetated buffer. I think I saw that. There's another one, and I know this is a tough one, and it's something that's been going on for a while, but it's on page 4053, and it's talking about the mitigation requirements that an owner has to do. Here's where you say now on this one, when there's a mitigation, number C, in 2 years of issuance of a related zoning permit, the property owner shall complete the mitigation practices and shall certify it in writing to the zoning department administrator or designee that the required mitigation has been completed. As part of the certification, the property owner shall submit photos documenting the mitigation measures. Citations may be issued and a new permit could be required if mitigation plan is not completed. So this is a little bit the same as like the bunkhouse thing, right?
Yep, yeah.
But again, what I've heard back from is 2 years later, Tracy, you did mitigation and you're gonna be having to send pictures in and take pictures of your pit. So we get done building a house for you. We're all done. Now you hire a landscaper to come in and do your landscaping and do your infiltration pits. You're required by this is at that point is to take pictures of everything they did, depth, width, every detail, and then you have to submit them to the county. And hopefully that you follow the permit, right? And this is where I go back to, you do all this work, there's no inspections. It's not like a sewer. You have an inspection when you're digging your sewer in. But on mitigation, you're not gonna have an inspection by county staff. I think there should be. If you're gonna require a certain mitigation, the county should come out and charge a fee for it and inspect it to make sure it's done correctly, because owners are gonna say, well, it's just the gray area again. I didn't know it had to be 4 feet deep. I thought it was only 2 feet. I didn't measure that measurement. I just took pictures. There's just a lot of gray there for a lot of interpretation. Again, 2 years down the road after you've already done your project, that you're gonna remember to do it, and then you make sure you took the right pictures, and you're not gonna dig it back up later. And I just,
Part, if you paid for somebody to do it right, I mean, you should go back after them and have them come back and do it right. That's.
whatever right is.
Some of this, is this not the building inspector does some of the soil erosion?
No.
He doesn't.
Oh, no, he does soil erosion like your silt fencing, but he doesn't do mitigation. That's all through the
All
county.
right.
So, the next page, 41. Under B, this talks about our runoff rating again, and again, it goes to these maps. It says determine the hydrology or hydraulic soil type from a map that will be provided by the zoning department and indicates the HST number. So I think the maps are wrong. Is there any other opportunities can you do your own perk to determine what the soils are, just like a sewer contractor can? Because the maps show these different soil types, which we know they're not real accurate. And is that our only opportunity to do the mitigation is off the map, or can we do our own soil tests if it works? Question.
What number is that under? 42?
That's under number page 41.
What section? Oh, I got the newest one.
So the newest one is on page 26.
Section 42,
Yeah,
306,
306
306.
306.
under C,
to 2C, 2
CB, or 2.
C2, oh, great.
C2B.
B,
Yeah,
correct. That's where it's at.
but it's on page 26 of the new packet.
Yep, I see it now.
Okay.
So that's something land use. When those are off a little bit, what do you do? Eric, how do we look at that? When, you know, because all the map, it says the maps aren't perfect, even on the lot line.
Yeah.
Unless it's way off or something. I mean, would it get checked? I mean, and Logan, you're a soil tester too now, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think if someone came to us and said, we think this soil type is completely wrong, we would definitely look at a professional soil test or something that says it's not accurate.
Yeah, at least look at it that way
This is just for someone to try to design it without having to do that.
without.
I think there's other counties that might require soil tests for mitigation, because then you know your infiltration rates and everything of
Your
that
runoff
soil,
rating.
which is probably a better way to do it, but right now we're not to that level. But yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong on our end if somebody
If they
said,
question
hey,
the
come.
maps.
Yeah.
Okay,
If you got a high spot on your property and you know it's all sand up there and there's a hump and it didn't show up on the mapping and you had to make something work, it'd be like, hey, it works, even though the maps say, you know, you
Say
could,
it's
you could
whatever.
go get a soil test on
Yeah.
it and say it works.
so that's the same as for a storm pond to know
Yeah.
if it's infiltrating or not, yep.
Page 43, again, under non-conforming structures, it just has the word again, principal, existing principal. And then again, later down under C2, it talks about principal. And on C3, it says principal again. Just what is a principal structure? I think I know what they are, but I don't know if everyone knows what it is.
Is that in the model ordinance, the principal structure? I'd have to look, I can look back at that principal. Building or structure, I think, is considered the same if I remember. So it's usually the first building on the lot.
Sure. So that was,
I mean, so that might be
Structure
the other definition to put in there.
does not have that structure.
Okay, so then it might be in 115, all right. Okay,
and I had pictures to kind of show you guys on a couple of these that were, that was just to look at as you talked about, these walkways and sidewalks along boathouses. To me, I think that's the only thing that
for the different ways to do it.
the different ways. This is a
Sure.
picture of a current boathouse being built, how it's in probably the steepest shoreline you can build it. It goes from the top right down to the bottom, but that step would be too high to meet ADA or to meet uniform dwelling code. So there's a step going on the back of that. And these were some steps. And this particular landscaper just put rocks along these steps for erosion control. You know, I know there's, how you guys are gonna discuss that, but you guys can keep those pictures.
Right.
You,
Thank you.
that wasn't so bad, was it?
No, orders.
Okay, Joe?
Anybody have questions
Here.
of Mr. Nelson?
Sure you don't.
Might have statements, but no questions, huh? Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Anybody who's next who wants to pick and choose something? No, it is. Okay. So let's save them at the end here.
Which way does it go?
Yeah. Turn it the right
Oh,
way.
yeah.
Yes, sir. State your name, please. We all know you.
Brad Olson, Clam Falls.
Brad Olson.
There's two things in definitions, I guess,
One other thing. Are you for the township or for yourself right now?
for myself.
Okay. So we know.
Landscaping, again, seems a little weak as far as the definition of it. I guess, it'd be good to see a couple different options, grass, shrubs, trees, flowers, native grasses, patios, landings, walkways, steps, decks. Again, retaining walls, as Mr. Nelson talked about, borders, outcropping stones. I think if we're gonna look at a stone around a flagpole, a stone around a fire pit or along a sidewalk, I think that's landscaping, and yet it doesn't say in landscaping that that's what it is. It simply says that it's the removal or alteration of topsoil.
More, I'm sorry, you want a more expanded version, definition of
More
landscape?
expanded definition of landscaping,
Thank you.
to say that, a rock is landscaping. I mean, my neighbor's got a 6-foot high rock in his yard. I don't think it's not a retaining wall. After he quit farming and moved there, he said he was farmed around it his whole life, and then he put it in his yard so he could mow around it. It's landscaping. It isn't holding anything back. And I think we need to define landscaping better, because simply as the removal or alteration of topsoil. There's a lot of things that are included in landscaping that I'm not a landscaper, but I'm sure they do a lot of landscaping other than just move or alter dirt. The other one, I guess, is, again, I see, where'd I get? Vegetative buffer strips got in here, I think somewhere, but again, retaining wall is not in here. I think there needs to be a definition. From the DNR website, a retaining wall is a structure built above the ordinary high water mark, meant to reduce land erosion due to steep grades. For projects above, retaining walls may be appropriate for areas that are actively eroding or subject to zoning regulations in your local zoning shoreline ordinance. But I think we need to define it. We talk about retaining walls all through this ordinance, and yet we don't tell anybody what a retaining wall is. So if you don't tell me what it is, how am I supposed to know what it is? It can be anything, or is it just, I can't have one? I can't have one, I don't think is an option. I don't think it's really an option to say, go to the Board of Adjustments and have 5 appointed individuals decide what I can or can't do within the zoning ordinance. I think we need to define retaining wall, so that everybody who needs one or is installing one at least has an idea of what a retaining wall is. And with that, my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, yes, that's why we're here. We can ask him questions.
Retaining walls just keep coming up and looking for definitions. So I don't know if you call it Googling or not, but I was on MSN and I put in retaining wall definition. And there was page after page, and every little point that they could make was in there. It talked about holding back soil. It talked about wood beams. It talked about rocks. It talked about the blocks. And then it talked about poured walls, cement walls. I mean, all I'm saying is, if you want a definition of a retaining wall, there is site after site after site. I mean, I was finding them. You can find every detail you want to know on a retaining wall. So, I mean, it's there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, if you tried to put that into here, it just, you'd have so many. You can't, I don't think you can narrow it down to say what a retaining wall. I mean, you're just not in this, not after last night. Well, I mean,
Not after your Google.
reading and reading. I mean, it was, you could pick another site and then say, well, it was like that. They even had costs in there, which doesn't make any difference because it's going to be every area, but they talked about putting them below the frost line and I mean, the contractors know these things, but it's very complicated where it's not just something you can write here in 2 words and say,
But I believe we have defined it in the past.
I couldn't find it on the old ones. It was defined very well. And it's like, you, when you said fire pit, that's in the model ordinance as an accessory structure. So I mean, that's,
Mhm.
you know, which is odd too. So what's a fire pit? I mean, some guys build whatever, the next guy's got 3 racks of rings, you know what I mean? Yeah. So some of the definitions could be hard. Okay. All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other question, Brad? Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Some points, something? Come on up.
John Hall, Balsam Lake Prolon. I'll just touch on, since we're on the same topic here, a little bit of repeat, but I'll give you my 2 cents. Yeah, back to the definition on retaining walls, you know, we removed in our old definition, when we were allowed to use 1 stone as a means of retaining or erosion control, and that's been removed. So there was some terminology that was there before. And now it seems like for whatever reason, we're avoiding this like the plague to have a definition. And yes, it can be very complicated. I agree with you. Why not use the one that's on the DNR website? You know, it's already been done. I like that particular definition from a professional standpoint because it does not use the word to retain soil, which is where I think you can get into trouble if you're going to have a single boulder or a row of 6-inch boulders that are around your garden and they're holding either mulch or soil back, or a single timber that's a border that's got soil behind it. When you start to say retain soil with the definition of retaining wall, I think is where it gets blurry. But I think the DNR website is vague enough, but it gives a description of it. I agree that the landscaping definition, I think, is too vague. Again, I think that you don't have to have a 3-paragraph one, but I think that it should mention, you know, the softscape side, the hardscape side, and maybe it mentions some of these other terms. Patios, landings, walkways, retaining walls, whatever, borders. I still, in my opinion, think that having a definition like the structural erosion control, which is taken from NR 118 from the Lower St. Croix Scenic Riverway, which basically says means a retaining wall or other man-made structure whose primary function is to control erosion. So, you know, that could be listed in landscaping, structural erosion control measure, and then you've got a definition, but you're saying that some of these, you know, erosion control practices can be used, you know, within the setback, so that if we do put a single rock next to an allowable structure like stairs going down, accessory structure going down to the lake or whatever, that it's not going to be considered a wall. Boathouse, the landings, we talked about that. I think it's important if you're going to have a service door that you're able to have some kind of access out the side, whether you keep it simple and say that 50 square foot landing that can be on the steps can be part of that or something. But I do think that it's fair and reasonable use for a riparian landowner that is allowed to have a boathouse and they have a service door to be able to step out onto concrete or something hard. Generally, you don't step out of your garage into the grass. You know, it's same with an apron in front. I mean, we were trying to get rid of that, and it was a garage door without concrete or asphalt in front of it, you know, at least a little bit to be able to walk on. So I know we addressed that, so I'm not going to harp on that, but I do think there should be a landing. And I'm not really sure because I haven't run into it yet, but I am hearing that this change of direction on the landings going down to the lake. I don't agree with that. I know when I design stuff and I look at it, the first thing I'm looking at is the land, the grade going down. If the lot is kind of swaled to the center, I'm not going to put my steps through that area even. And I understand it's got to be within the viewing corridor, but you know, I'm not trying to create a waterfall or a river for my steps. I want to build on the higher ground. So sometimes the shortest path isn't in my eyes, isn't the best way. Maybe moving over a little bit. If there's existing trees and the shortest path is from there to there and there's 2 trees, does that mean I take the trees out, or do I go down and do I go over and I go down? So I think I don't know how exact we have to get in that, and maybe I'm speaking out of tongue here. I don't know. I also, when we do boathouses, my professional opinion is I like to move my steps over a few feet away from the boathouse. A lot of these that we do are dug into the ground, 8, 10, 12, 14 feet, and there's a lot of settling. I set 400-pound steps. If that ground, we're usually under pressure to get these sites wrapped back up and filled back in, but there's gonna be settling there. I like to build away from the boathouse a little bit. And if 3 feet to the right is not the shortest distance, but it's gonna save me a call back in a couple of years, I would rather build on that virgin ground over there. So there are times when in my eyes, it makes sense to do, within reason. I think it just seems like, go ahead.
No, I didn't mean, you can finish.
Yeah, so, I think that's what I've got.
I just wanted to clarify when we were talking about landscaping, so you would like the structural erosion control measure that language somehow wrapped into landscaping. Is that what I
Well,
understand?
I
No,
mean, I
I
don't-
didn't have to be exact, but I'm just saying, is that kind of, because landscaping, like retaining wall, can be incredibly complicated to try to, because then if you're doing something that's not in the definition, is then that not landscaping? So I think it also if you want some boundaries, that's great. But if it's all of a sudden something's written and you want to do something that's not written, then all of a sudden that's not landscaping. So I'm just curious so would you like something like this kind of language that, means landscaping, because didn't you mention the erosion control measures as part of landscaping?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, like I said, if like the structural erosion control measure, that definition or whatever, I mean, if that is in there, I think it just, to me, in my mind, it opens up a few options to be able to do some things, because
Absolutely.
landscaping, the current term right now, to me, sounds like a grading term. It doesn't really, in my mind, engulf anything that I do on a daily basis hardly. I mean, moving topsoil, well, yeah.
Right.
If I dig in my garden, in my landscaping, not to the extent that I think this draft is looking for, which is the bigger equipment, the steps. I mean, when I fill out a permit and I cross off landscaping on a land use permit down there, I think it even is written on there, retaining walls, something else on there, and that on the permit, it goes into more definition than just moving, and that's on the pre-printed form from the county. So.
Sure. No, I just was curious, is that language, would that be helpful to be part of the landscaping definition?
Yeah, I don't know. For
Okay.
sure. I mean, I
Yeah.
feel like it's so broad.
Right.
That
It is broad. That's-
like I said, I'm like everybody, I'm looking for some clarity and then, some flexibility. And again, we go back to the Board of Adjustments or whatever, and nothing against that group or whatever, but the decisions that they're asked to make, I don't think sometimes they're really qualified or have the experience to do it.
Sure.
And, I'm not saying I'm right all the time either, but I mean, there's just, it's.
Right. No, like I said, you referenced it, so I just wanted to see if
Yeah.
that's kind of where you were going with, that would be helpful or not, is my main question.
Yeah, I wish I had some other contractors to back me up and whatever. I mean, it's just kind of, like I said, it's thought. I think it just needs to be addressed somehow.
Okay.
Is
Thank you.
my
Yeah.
hope.
Mr. Chair.
So we could add like erosion control stuff, but a few examples in there, but not exclusive, so it doesn't tie it.
Well,
down.
and that's what I just put. Examples may include, but not limited to.
Sure.
Not-
So it
something like
gives you an
that.
idea of like what it is, just so again, so Logan doesn't have to decide what it is.
If it's
In my
landscaping.
mind, it's this, in the
Okay.
homeowner's mind, it's that. I mean,
Okay.
that's where I feel like the definitions are gonna kind of tidy some of this up, because right now I think it puts a lot of us in a tight spot to be able to decide what that really is or isn't. And that's half of it too. It's like, well, okay, we don't want to say what it is, but is
At
that
least some-
single right?
Some examples.
Right, yeah.
And
exactly.
not tie it down to just those,
Correct.
but that would at least open it up.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question of John?
Yep.
As,
yep,
as,
go ahead.
as an erosion control structure, would it help, as we never talk about a structure as riprap? As riprap's not designed to hold back soil,
It's designed to be large rocks placed against the slope to hold the soil back from erosion. Would that?
Control water.
I actually,
Would that help? That definition is.
I use that in this example in the structural erosion control measure. I added to the DNR one in my mind. I just put possible additional language. Examples are maybe limited, but not to, individual boulder, a natural stone placed next to a structure, rock or aggregate riprap, a rain garden, a bioswale, infiltration practices. In my mind, those are structural erosion control measures.
Yeah.
So, and again, it's not all of them, but at least it's keying a couple things back into the queue or whatever, so.
So now we do have land and water that does that. Do you, to put you under the gun,
Well, as long as.
would you have like best management practices, like in the mitigation, would they list some of that out as landscaping? Do you think?
Not entirely,
Not, okay,
but what I will say is, as long as it aligns with the purpose and intent of water quality, and if the site is vulnerable and subject to erosion, and the design plans can, articulate the fact that there's some environmental shoreline degradation there, include it into the plan and submit it, for approval, I think is
cool,
probably.
but for an example, it would be some riprap or something in a drainage ditch if it was lined, if it wasn't a rain garden or whatever.
But if it comes down to some intent of beautification of the property or access, things like that, that's where it might, or it could be argued that doesn't align with water quality.
But if it was a best management practice, it would. Soil erosion, I mean, that's what we're looking at, that we have that best
Typically-
management practice.
Typically retaining walls, it's my understanding that they're not, approved best management practice for erosion control.
But they're a device used to divert the water to a control,
Diversion.
a diversion
Yeah,
thing, okay,
diversion.
all right.
They're holding back soil, they're shoring up the landscape. Maybe to a certain degree, in the process of its existence, diverting some water and things like that, but
Yeah,
it's not within the list of approved best management practices for erosion control.
okay. All right. I thought it was.
Other questions?
Nope, I don't have any. Just that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Chair O'Connell,
Yes,
I'll just note, I believe Anders Hellquist is online and has had his hand up. He doesn't currently have his hand up, but had his hand up. I think he was here representing a number of the towns in Polk County.
sure.
I do know, or I was under the impression that he may talk at some point today.
Is he ready to talk now? I guess I don't,
His hand just went up.
Just put his hand back up, so I'm assuming yes.
and he's ready. Well, let's let him in. And he was here last time in person. There he is.
Thank you. Yep, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes,
Well, thank you again, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for hosting this working group. Again, I'm an attorney with the Weld Riley firm out of Eau Claire, and we represent the towns of Garfield, Apple River, Clam Falls, Georgetown, St. Croix Falls, Farmington, and Lorraine, which have those mix of towns that have their own zoning code, a general zoning code, and some towns that have opted out of the county's general zoning code. So we appreciate how the committee heard the feedback a couple weeks ago and is having this working group meeting today. I won't be going through definition by definition, so this will be pretty short. But first we want to also thank you for providing a potential amendment to the shoreland code that removes the general zoning districts. We think that's a good first step. And the towns that we represent, our general request is to continue to keep these general zoning requirements out of the shoreland zoning code. And I think Attorney Larry Konopacki really, I liked his illustration about the two buckets of a shoreland zoning bucket and a general zoning bucket. And so our clients are really asking for the county to adopt a straightforward and simplified approach to shoreland zoning. And that's to adopt the DNR's model ordinance for shoreland zoning. It keeps those items that should be in the shoreland zoning bucket in that shoreland zoning bucket, and it keeps those general zoning code items out of the shoreland zoning bucket. And for that reason, we'd request that you not have a general purpose district in the shoreland zoning code, that you adopt the DNR's model ordinance. And that's our request coming in today, and we thank the county for its dialogue on this.
I have a question for you that Larry, maybe I should have asked Larry, that new options that you can put some things in and some things out. Is, into the town stuff. I'm gonna fall back to that. I forgot to ask him. How new is that? Or do you know of that or not? You remember that,
I believe,
Stephen?
and yeah, Larry maybe can hop back in here, but my recollection is that relates to towns adopting certain portions of the general zoning code.
So that option might be there, or is Larry still here?
Yeah, I see Larry there, and that's something that we can follow up with the county on, but I think it referred to kind of a, in some areas of a county, some towns may have some portions of the general zoning code that are more applicable than other areas. I don't recall that provision off the top of my head with
Okay.
the split approval.
Pam, that would help what we were talking about
Yes,
earlier
it would,
about.
It
absolutely.
would.
So that would be something we'd want to know. Is Larry there to answer that or not? Otherwise, we can come back to that. But that's something fairly new? That they can adopt parts, say around one lake, they want 300 feet in residential in an on-zone town. Could they do that?
I don't think that's what Larry was getting at. And again,
Okay.
we can provide that follow-up for the committee here.
All right. Anyone else have questions of him? Just
for the committee's knowledge, it's part of an act that was passed in 2023. The application was March 30th. I don't know when the effective date was.
okay.
March 30th of 2024 was the publication date.
24, okay.
Imagine that then it came into effect sometime between 2024 and now.
But is it for on-zone towns or towns with zoning? We don't know. You haven't read it either, so.
I haven't read it either. I just
Okay.
found it. So
Well, that would really change some of the stuff we would do if they can do parts, I think. All right. All right. Anybody have any other questions? All right. Thank you. We'll see if we have some more comments or people. Yes, sir.
Dan King, the town of Lake Town.
Okay.
And I don't have any specifics like the other gentleman either. And I would just like to, Lake Town is one of the few unzoned towns. However, we're about 50% shoreland zoning currently. We have a lot of lakes, obviously, and then the Trade River and Little Butternut Creek go through. I would agree with the attorneys representing the towns. I'm not in favor of expanding the shoreland zoning into general zoning requirements. And I again would agree with the previous gentleman in adopting the DNR model. Kind of keep it, it seems to be working now. I don't have the preamble onto why the changes are coming, but I don't know. I would encourage the DNR model as well. So that's all I got.
Okay,
Thank you.
from Lake, all right. Anyone else? Anyone else? On anything? Oh my gosh. Only one page instead of three. All right. Well, let's take a short break for everybody to stretch. We'll come back and see what we can go through here.
All right.
Let's just get up and stretch a little. Listen, let's come back to order a little bit.
A lot of it.
So also, everybody has a new one today. Here.
Yes, we
So
do.
Logan, we're looking at that kind of, I had you kind of do that. And then in that what page here, if you take all the general out, that's pretty much just the model ordinance. Definitions would come out of there just and go to general. Was that correct?
Yeah, so the definitions that are crossed out, from my review, those would be if you went, if you took every single zoning district out, and had no added, further standards added back in, the crossed out definitions would no longer be needed in this, draft because it wouldn't reference anything really, so.
Because they would go to the general, or they're still in the general right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would be in the general.
So that people understand that, okay. And then. So that outlaw comes out there too. Vegetation buffer would be added. So now when we get to pay, everybody has to do a 9. General provisions. Those would not be in the shoreline, would they?
Nope, these are general provisions for the shoreland ordinance.
So they would be in the shoreline ordinance.
They wouldn't be in general.
They
Yeah.
would not be in general, they would be just in shoreline.
Shoreline, right.
And this is where the model ordinance even has the section titled general provisions.
Okay.
This is just an area for general information. It's not really in a specific chapter such as lot size or anything like that. So I think that's why they call it general provisions, but yeah, not to get confused, this isn't saying general zoning. It's just your general shoreline provisions. And as you'll see, I highlighted in red some of the things, where I think taking the zoning districts out, some of this was addressed in those areas. So this was in the model anyways, but it was kind of double, covered. But now if you do take all the zoning districts out, I felt it's probably good to add these other sections in that are just straight from the model ordinance, to cover your compliance, your, municipalities and state agencies that are regulated. It goes into,
Well, 281 is in there for
Yeah.
the adjacent navigable streams. Let's go right down the line.
Yeah, so-
Compliance, land, shape, okay.
So the first one is talking about construction under chapter 13.
What page are you guys on?
Page 10 of 34 of the new one. So it's where it starts with the red there on top.
So the first one's discussing DOT projects. The other added red is clarifying navigable waterway. So it's showing these two, A and B would not be considered, sorry, let me see. Yeah, would not be considered navigable water. So that's directly tied into the areas that are to be regulated. So if somebody has farm drainage ditch or something created that is not connected to a navigable water body, it shouldn't pull up on our shoreline mapping as far as that area to be regulated. If it's essentially man-made, but they have it clearly stated what is kind of considered man-made, but.
Sure. So that would, yeah, so like a small pond or something wouldn't be the 1,000 feet around it, all that. Okay,
Compliance.
This just explains, I don't know, it's kind of a general compliance statement for the ordinance, which is right from the model. And this is where it's stating that a permit is required for everything. Unless otherwise excluded by a provision of this ordinance.
It's on page 8 of the models.
Okay, right there, yep.
The next one is just stating that certain municipalities are required to comply with this ordinance and obtain permits for it. And also has the DOT exemption in that statement as well.
And that's like 2.3 in the model. So I mean, it's that, and it's almost, it's word for word if I'm reading it.
Yeah, I just copied.
It's word for word right out of the model. Okay.
Page 8. It's 2.5 from 33.
Thank you.
So then in the next section in the model ordinance, it goes into the greater restrictions, and then lists all the 5 or 6 things, that explain a little bit further what the ordinance should not do, such as like 1, this ordinance shall not require approval or be subject to disapproval by any town or town board. It talks about being more restrictive. I guess the main thing I wanted to highlight, and we can go through it all if you want, but those weren't changes. The main thing to highlight, because it is kind of a question that's obviously in front of us currently, 5 states, this ordinance may establish standards to regulate matters that are not regulated by a shoreline zoning standard under NR 115.05 parent 1, and that furthers, I should say, the purposes of shoreline zoning as described in 42-211B of this ordinance. So if you go back to 211B, that's the purpose and intent of the shoreline ordinance. So right in this section from the model, it's stating that there can be things added or standards added in this ordinance if it is deemed that they are serving that purpose and intent. So this is where I feel the committee may add some of those things that were added way back. I even looked at definitely post 2015 and Act 55, with travel trailers, tourist rooming houses, bunk houses. And some of that was even in there. I pulled a 2002 ordinance. Some of that was in there. So some of these have been in there for a long time. And so that's just, I wanted to highlight. To me, it appears you can keep those in there. They would be enforced countywide. They wouldn't be in certain zoning districts. All it is a general purpose shoreline overlay district is what it entails. But yeah.
So number 5 just gives us the option to leave things in.
Would clarify.
We don't have to do it.
It clarifies it.
It just clarifies that we
Yeah,
can do it. Okay.
It's letting you know, and even if it's stuff that wasn't even currently in there, if there was something that came up that you guys felt is directly impacting the purpose and intent of the shoreline ordinance, you could add a standard in there for, this is more for just, I don't have a specific example,
Sure.
but if something
Okay.
came up 2 years down the road, like, oh, this is, an issue from constituents or whatever, if you guys can prove that it's meeting the purpose and intent of the shoreline ordinance, this is saying that you can add that.
Then we could add it. Okay.
But this is where I feel the discussion comes up of, is tourist rooming houses, travel trailers, bunk houses, are those specific regulations that are currently in the ordinance, are they regulated to serve the purpose and intent? Or are they more of a general use regulation? And that's where you're hearing from the other attorneys. They didn't really get into specifics of each one,
Yeah.
but that's where their concerns, it sounds like, is some of these are more of a general regulation than specific to shoreline. But what the committee should be doing is only adding things that are specific to the shoreline ordinance purpose and intent.
Okay. Then this has the 64 square foot
Yeah, and so that was brought up.
for of them or whatever.
I
Yeah.
mean, it can be, the reason I think I left it highlighted and also took some language away is because it really depends on right now our ordinance has in the general provisions, 2 accessory buildings per lot within 300 feet. If that isn't a general requirement in the new ordinance that whenever that happens, this is kind of a moot point because then the main reason for this is if somebody has a 8x8 woodshed, that it doesn't count towards one of their accessory buildings. So if they had 2 woodsheds on their property, technically they couldn't have a garage or a bunkhouse or something like that because an accessory building, they would both be considered an accessory building underneath the definition. So when this was put in, I don't know what year it was put in. The reason was, and I do agree from the public input that it opens it up to now if someone just keeps going 8x8, they can essentially build as long as they're following the impervious surface regulations and everything like that. But it was in there to say, we don't want somebody's small woodshed to count towards one of their 2 accessory buildings. So it's kind of directly tied to that. So if for some reason that gets removed for whatever reason, I feel like this is also kind of not needed, but if that stays in there, some form of this may want to stay if you guys don't want to consider every little accessory building one of the 2 or, one of the 2 allowed.
That would be something we'd have to go ahead and pay.
So question that, how does it all tie, is it not a little bit self-regulating by meeting the impervious surface standard anyway, or no?
Yeah, so that would be a layer of it where if you didn't have any of this in here, it's just regulated based on impervious surface and setbacks. And the model base ordinance is saying that's covered on the base model side of things. As far as somebody putting 13 of them on there, if they're still underneath their impervious surface.
But could they be underneath their impervious surface and have 13 of them? I guess that's my question. Is it does it, yes, okay, I mean, it's, okay, just a question. Okay.
Yeah, because there's large lots on some lakes. Granted, some of the more highly developed lakes don't have huge lots, so then it gets pretty difficult, but.
In essence, it wouldn't necessarily be self-regulating just on impervious surfaces. Okay,
No.
just a question. Thank you.
And some of that 64, I think, was for, what did we have? People had it out on the end of their driveways, if they had a long driveway for their kids to be in. And then they had roadside
Oh, the little
stands.
bus stands.
Bus stands, and we had it for vegetable stands that they wouldn't have to get a permit for. But I think we made some of those that were portable, so then that changed. But I think that's where that came.
Yeah, and the issue from the original review from the DNR was that it's required to have a permit. We can say there's no fee, but we can't say certain things because back on the model ordinance language that states what needs a permit underneath compliance, it says all structures need a permit. And that's where that got flagged to say, you can't say it doesn't need a permit because that's contradicting that other section. You can say there's no fee, which has been kind of an issue since I've been here because people will put these structures near the water because there's no permit required, but they're supposed to meet the setbacks, because if you're just going off the model ordinance, everything needs to meet the setback unless it's exempt. So that's where it's always been. They're like, well, I don't need a permit, so how am I supposed to know it can't, how can it not be here if it doesn't even need a permit? It's definitely been a conversation that comes up quite a bit.
So these have to be beyond the 75.
Yeah, they're not exempt for any certain reason.
It's not an exempt structure.
It's just specifically to not count towards one of the 2 that has been a regulation of a max of 2 on class 1 and 2.
So if I have a deer stand, I gotta be 75 feet back from the water then. It's 64.
Yeah, there's no exemption for deer stands in here.
You can.
But I mean, I think that was some of the, people put up deer stands everywhere too. If it's under 64 square feet, they don't need a permit for it.
Yeah, in our actual
They're
general
not that big,
ordinance,
yeah.
it really lists out, I think it's, ice shacks, deer stands.
Okay, it does.
Certain things
All
that
right.
says you don't need a permit, which in the general, we can say that no problem, you don't need a permit for it. And,
Yeah.
go that route, but in the shoreland, it's,
Has to be permitted.
yeah, either.
All right. So then
It's not in red, but as far as taking away the districts, if that's the way it goes, what I have here is there would essentially be potentially be two zoning districts in the shoreland area. You'd have your shoreland wetland district, which is the next section, 42-215. That's all right from the model ordinance, copy and pasted. So that's your wetland areas within shoreland. And then you'd have, or could have, a general purpose district, which is where you would include any of those additional standards that you feel are needed in the ordinance and that are meeting the purpose and intent. So I just put it in here to show you guys what it would look like if it was in there. So you'd either be shoreland wetland or you'd go into general purpose. There is a, trying to think, there was one typo that or maybe I just didn't read right. This. Where it says some of the items that would not be enforced countywide. So that was to mean not if they're in this section, if they're taken out. Those are the things that would not be currently enforced if they're removed, correct? But otherwise, if something's put in here, it would be enforced as required in areas to be regulated. All areas within 1,000 feet of a lake, 300 feet of a stream or waterway. And there wouldn't be, it wouldn't matter if you're unzoned or town zoned. This would be a general shoreland overlay of those requirements.
So it would be everywhere in the county.
Correct.
It would be all of it.
And they would just have to meet our state, that the reason they're being regulated is to basically, I'm just gonna summarize, protect water quality.
Yeah.
See, the purpose of doing this is to protect water quality, just like we regulate the setback of homes, how many switchbacks we have in our stairways or whatever, in the bunkhouses. I mean, it's all about a water quality and the use of the water. That's that's how it ties it all back in.
Yeah, and then from my understanding, like in a town zoned area, for some reason, they felt the regulation wasn't stringent enough for them. They can always have their general zoning underlying that shoreland area regulating. So if they regulate bunkhouses town-wide,
Sure.
that would still apply as far as from my understanding. But it wouldn't be where we are enforcing further or not. This is what we would enforce. The towns then would have their own further regulation.
So the town could be more stringent each, but if they're less stringent, they have to go by the county. Is that not correct, Joe? So if we enforce these, the general purpose are at here. So if say the travel trailers is number one. So if we have more restrictions than what the town has that is zoned, we would have to go by ours
In the shoreline area.
in the shoreline. Okay, so that's where, Sharon, that's where we're looking, I think. Now that's where I'm looking too. Okay.
So like if for some reason travel trailers, we have the general regulation of it in here. If a town says we don't want any travel trailer campgrounds in these zoning districts, even though you might meet these, you might not be able to meet your town zoning
Your
district
town
requirements.
district, yeah. But now if the town says you can have 8 and we say you can have 3, you can only have 3. And the town says we want to have 8. So that's where the fight starts, I think. And that's not, taking anything, the tourist rooming house, the accessories, bunkhouse signs, all of this. All their restrictions are going to be different.
Potentially, yeah.
Could be.
Could be, most of them are, I think, aren't they? Because they don't really follow
Yeah.
the same. Okay,
Chair. Question on this topic.
sure.
So under this general purpose one that's read, right, 14. So it says, this is the section of the ordinance that would include any general purpose use that would apply to all shoreline areas regardless of whether some of these items that would not be enforced countywide. So like tourist rooming houses. What does that mean, not enforcing them countywide? Can you give me an example of a lake or certain areas?
Well, that was the example I just said, that should not read like that. This is if they're not in this ordinance, then they are not enforced countywide in shoreland areas. So like in an unzoned town,
So you're suggesting they keep this in their ordinance, so you guys still regulate is what you're suggesting?
I'm showing them what it looks like. They asked me to see what it would look like. I'm not,
Oh, I see.
I'm letting them know that what things that have been regulated in shoreland over however many years, if that's taken out,
These would come out of it.
if they did, yeah.
That general whole purpose district would come out, the 260.
Yeah, so this isn't even a district. This is putting it in there to show if you guys have standards that you want to continue to regulate in the shoreland ordinance, this is where it would go.
This is where it would go.
If you pull
Any
this
of
whole
these
general
out.
purpose out, you're just gonna have shoreland and shoreland wetland, and then fall underneath those.
But it would, it's either already in general zoning or would move to it, right?
It would still be in general zoning.
Yeah, it would be
Right.
in general zoning.
But then it would also be specifically in shoreland if we felt that that would impact the shoreland. So
Exactly.
therefore, so it, in essence, there would be two places for it.
So this, if we took it all out, it would just be in general, or it would be, so say it was residential, whatever under a residential district is what applies then.
If they have county zoning,
If we have county zoning, yeah,
or if the town does, yeah.
and the towns, whatever they have. But a town with its own, you would have to regulate all that.
Yeah.
You know, each town, which is what I think they're looking, is what they're asking or looking for.
And then unzoned wouldn't have anything, yes.
And the unzoned wouldn't have any.
To clarify, also public input stating they like how it is now. Currently, there is zoning districts within that unzoned town. So I think there's some confusion there. So I'll reach out to, because right now we have RA5 in Lake Town for any shoreland area. It's zoned RA5. There's not,
No
I
zone.
think there's confusion there, I guess. I just want to make sure you guys are aware of that. Because right now in Lake Town, we're in Georgetown and Lorraine and Clam Falls, we're enforcing travel trailers, tourist rooming houses, anything that's within the shoreland areas. If it's outside of shoreland areas, it's
Yeah.
truly unzoned.
Unzoned, yeah. So if that was put in general zoning, would those townships that you just mentioned, these things would be zoned then, right?
If they came into county zoning, correct.
Only if they came into county zoning.
So then,
So all general zoning, anything that's in general on the unzoned towns doesn't apply, none of it.
correct.
Just clarifying, make sure.
And that's, we have Mr. Clam Falls here, you know, and he's on the board there.
To get in.
You're not voting to get in, are you? No. But I mean, these are not regulated in Clam Falls,
No, they don't have the
not in
zoning.
the shoreline area,
Not
yes. And they,
Except for shoreline.
and I think, and you're on,
Today, right?
Today's short.
in
Shoreline,
the shore,
just
They are
shoreline.
today,
Just
have
shoreline.
been for years under
Yeah.
the shoreland,
Yeah,
but now this would all come out and you guys would do whatever,
if we decide to do that.
if we decide to do that. Okay. We all kind of grasp that.
So that's not a change, that's just what it looks like if it is changed.
correct.
And that's what they're asking.
Yeah, I mean, so right now, a lot of these are in the current ordinance today, or they are in the current.
They are in
ordinance.
right now if you want to do something.
Yeah, correct. If they are taken out completely, you wouldn't have this general purpose district. I mean, this is also ignoring the fact that this was just looking at it, taking all the specific zoning districts out themselves too. I mean, right now, those are all in there and that's where some of that falls, but yeah, if it's tough to, I mean, so you're wondering if this is just, I guess, what's your main question on?
It's not a question.
Okay,
It's more
you're just saying,
It's-
yeah,
What the red is here, the other red is like changes, this
Yeah.
red is just a,
Yeah.
If it comes out,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's a what if.
Kim asked him to write it up, what it would look like if you
Yeah.
took all the underlying zoning out.
Because that's what they were asking for.
So
So
it's not a change, it's just what it.
It's an
looks like.
example.
It's an example, yes, okay, yes. I just thought if he took all that out, let's see what it looks like and see what people say, so that we can see, here's what's coming out of there right now, all of those. Do we leave any in? Do we take them all out? You know, that was kind of the question right there. That's been the big question if you go through a lot of this. Then they threw that part where it might have parts zoned in or out that might get interesting to find out how that works. That, you know, a town might say everything within 300 feet of their lake or something, they want it residential, and then it would fall under these other ones.
So then the note that on page 15, where it says note, while the above uses may be enforced under a different ordinance, town ordinance or county ordinance, it shouldn't say county ordinance because
Well, if they're in, if they have county zoning.
only if they
Right,
have county
correct.
zoning. Okay. Okay, and then the next part.
Yep.
I should have read the whole sentence.
All good, all good.
All good, that's kind of where we're, yeah. So that's a big thing too, there to decide, do we want to leave a bunch in, take it out? To leave it in or whatever, we'd have to go through and I think, was it 281 that we have to justify a little bit?
Yep.
Which is a pretty low bar
To meet.
to meet, I think, if we read it right. Census, skip it a little bit, come back to this. Go ahead.
The lake districts in District 2 that have talked to me, they want these in there,
They want them in,
absolutely.
the lake districts do.
Can you say what these are though, Doug? Which specifically are these? Because that list also includes, I mean. No, what, when you say you want these in there, what are these things that they want in there?
All of them.
But do they want all of them that he's got in the general purpose district, or are there specific
I
ones?
guess we never went through individual. I mean,
Okay.
I
Okay,
would say all of them,
okay.
For now, to be safe, yeah.
the way it's been.
Or the way it's been, okay, that would make sense.
Thank you. I just wasn't sure if there was specifics in that or if it was all. Yep, yep.
That's quite a change if we did that, so. But that would give. That's where this option thing is gonna be, that they could opt into some of it. If it,
I don't think that matters.
yeah,
That only matters for the townships, the way I would understand that. So if you got, Clam Falls, partially they could opt into this, but they don't have to opt in if we keep it the way it is.
Right,
They're
if
in.
we keep it the way it is, they're in it whether they like it or not.
right.
But if we took it out, they can opt into some of it, or I don't know, Joe's looking some of that up and they're looking that up to see how they can even do that. Otherwise, they're sitting here, I mean, the towns located in the counties general, it's a do nothing, only shoreline and floodplain. They adopt the town level ordinance themselves, or they adapt the general at the county level. I mean, that's kind of the options each town always has. So I mean, they're sitting with those three options. So we're only looking at 4 on zoned, 1 for sure doesn't want to be, and now we're down to 3. But now we got lake districts that want to be in it, that are part of a town. That's kind of the part where it's getting to be who, what, where, and how. You know, to make it fit with some of these districts and things.
Well, because the lake districts want
Yes,
the shoreland to be,
Protected.
to be
yeah,
in it.
protected, yeah,
Yeah, just the shoreland, it's not general.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
And I,
go ahead, Logan.
yeah, so I'd say that's like the main point here is the committee should be putting anything they feel is important to the shoreland areas in there. Because if it's not in there and it becomes important at that point, if, you know, then it falls to the town I get it's a, between the town and county. But if you say, we're gonna take it out and hope the town puts it in there, they don't have to. Whereas the shoreland ordinance is for the purpose and intent as explained. If you guys feel it's important to meet that purpose and intent, it should probably go in the shoreland ordinance. But just so
Well, that's like that Larry said, if even some of the uses, if you can prove that it could be in there. Where he was just defining where general is certain things. And that. Okay. What does everybody else think on that? Should we think on it for a while and go on to some of the other, like the landscaping, or do you want to?
I guess my only comment about all of this is I struggle with if the DNR model ordinance, which there's a certain people that say we want to adopt that. Under compliance, it specifically says, which is what Logan added back, which was in the DNR model. The use of any land, the size, the shape, the placement, the use, size, type, and location of structures on lots, filling, grading, lagooning, dredging any lands, cutting shoreline vegetation, subdivisions of lots shall be in full compliance with the terms and other federal regulations. And they're saying buildings, other structures, and land disturbances shall require a permit unless expressly excluded by provisions of this ordinance. So to me, they're saying that anything around the lake needs to, clearly needs to be permitted. So if you're going to permit it, other than you're just going to collect money from them, I think there needs to be some guidance around it, which is what we have had. We've had guidance around accessory buildings, density of lot size, those kind of things. We can, talk about some of the definitions that was really talked about this morning. I think we should still talk about that, but even this portion here, I think that's something that we really need to take into consideration, that otherwise we just say we have to have a permit for a tourist rooming house because it says specifically the use under compliance. So we just charge them? Is that what that means then, if we don't have any guidance around it? Just something to ponder.
Mr. Chairman, I'll comment to her.
Go ahead.
I think I understand what you're saying, Pam, but if you just have the permit, that's just a permit, but you have got to have regulations on tourist rooming houses and bunk houses that you just have to have. In my opinion, I'm not saying we have to have, I'm just saying I think.
Right.
So that's why I say this section here needs to be in.
And it isn't, I don't think they just get a permit. There is conditions.
Well, I'm just saying, but
To say, yeah.
but really, truly, the only thing that's mandated, if we want to stick strictly to the model, the only thing that's mandated is that they must have a permit. If we're sticking just to the model, they must just have a permit because they're doing something.
But a permit has conditions to it.
But am I making sense or no?
No, you are.
Okay.
I think where that gets separated out, so it goes stating all those, the use, size, shape, everything needs to be in full compliance with the terms of this ordinance. So if a use or something isn't regulated, then it's not, there's no permit. The next section, buildings, other structures, or land disturbances such as filling and grading require a permit. So I think that's where it kicks out the uses to say, if there's no use regulation in there, you're not gonna get a permit for the use.
Okay.
For the way I
But
read
for a
it,
building, you are.
for a building,
For a
correct?
building, you are.
Cause we're gonna issue the permit for a building regardless. It's just if we're checking it for the model ordinance base, impervious, things like that. Or if we're also checking it for how many are on the lot and things like that. So there's two different reviews. It would still need to be reviewed for impervious and everything.
Right, I
It's in the
understand that.
model.
I just was looking at, yes, thank you. Did you read the whole sentence?
Okay.
Or like I said, Kim, do we want to go back to definition
Well,
discussion?
I'm looking right here. Because, okay, this ordinance may establish standards to regulate matters that are not regulated by a shoreline zoning under 115. And that further the purpose of the shoreline. So that would be number 5 in the
Where?
model,
In the model.
on page 9.
In the model?
Yes. On number 5.
Okay.
Standards rated met, yep.
I think that's the one we're kind of,
Further the purpose of the shoreline zoning, yep.
okay. So we're saying that these fit under that, I would say, don't you think then? That's kind of how we're saying it,
Mhm.
that the further purposes of the shoreline.
So are we just saying, though, if we have this listed, are they, again, by themselves versus A5, A20? We're not calling them, we're not having the whole general zoning under here. We're pulling out general zoning, but these that are within the shoreland are still going to be part of the general purpose, and they're going to be itemized individually, not as part of a zoning district. I mean, well, they're the general purpose district.
Yeah, and I think that's where I could show you guys that document I have available that I think would visualize it more clearly for you to see how it was. If we could pull that up, Claire.
I mean, I understand it was, we had all the districts underneath shoreland.
Yeah, so I
Yes.
guess currently that's how we have
That's what we
it.
have it right
This
now.
was-
Yeah.
All the districts are under shoreland.
Yeah, and this document is going to show what it looked like when it was a general. So like, obviously, what's in there is just kind of a quick.
Yep,
To see it,
absolutely.
because all the information would have to be added on.
Right, right.
But, the 2018 ordinance example. So this is where it goes into the general purpose district, talks about your purpose of that district. And then you have allowed uses. So this is where it goes into what's allowed in that district, such as single family dwellings, accessory buildings. That's where they had the number of
Oh,
accessory
okay.
buildings. Boathouses was up in this section. In the proposed, we have it down in the exempt structure where it should be. Bunkhouses was underneath this as an allowed use. Goes into sanitary systems, holding tanks, rentals, kind of more anything general regulation wise. And when I say general to these specific things, or specific to the shoreland ordinance. And then if you go down, that's still in the bunkhouse regulations. So all those conditions were in there. Agricultural buildings, so that's under an allowed use. Home occupations, allowed use. Snowmobile bridges, travel trailers, so that's an allowed use. Granted, or that these are all met. Then you have change in use that requires a land use permit. So this is where the tourist rooming house requirements were. So it's labeled that way because if somebody obviously has a dwelling, if it was just an allowed use, they could just switch to that and not,
Right.
There'd be no permitting involved. So that's where that was in the change in use. So when someone wants to change it from just a normal residential property to a rental or tourist rooming house, you need a permit, and then the conditions that were there. And if we could go down, bed and breakfast was also under that, and then bunkhouse was also under that. So it's under both. So if you're starting with a bunkhouse, it's allowed, permitted. If you're gonna change a dwelling to a bunkhouse, it's also saying that you would need some sort of permit to document that change. And then it went into conditional uses. So this is where, so currently we have all those specific zoning districts where all this kind of got broken into those sections. Back before it was when it was a general shoreland overlay, it was just pure conditional uses. Any of these uses in the shoreland area needed to come in for a conditional use Committee level. So that's where your hotels, motels, and it makes a list of anything that would be a conditional use, mobile home park. We scroll down. I think travel trailer park's probably in here too. Yeah, travel trailer park, non-metallic mining, industrial use. And then underneath that, it had prohibited uses. Anything that's not in those articles is prohibited, is how they had it before. So this, from my review, is when they went from this to the districts, it appears that it was because then potentially you wouldn't have to get a conditional use for some of the things if it's in an allowed zoning district. But the way it was is you had to come get a conditional use for anything that wasn't in allowed use. So I don't think it needs to be like that, but that's just an example of, it can be, but that's an example of allowed uses, changes in use that could be underneath that specific general purpose district. You could have conditional uses under there like it was, and if there's specific uses of a property that you're like, all right, if this is in the shoreland zoning district, we want it to come to the ESC for a conditional use to make sure that they're meeting all the requirements of a conditional use permit. Doesn't have to be in there if you feel like all the uses would be covered underneath the general model ordinance. That's another avenue to look at it, but I'm trying to think, like, I don't want to pick out any one use, but for like an industrial use. So if someone comes up to put an industrial use right on a lake, they'd just have to meet impervious surface. They'd have to meet, the setbacks and everything like that. There wouldn't be any further review of it. It would just, hey, you're meeting the DNR model ordinance. Here's your permit for your buildings essentially, but.
So that's what brought out the district changes to break it down. So that we try to get, because it's like it says preferred around the lakes and the shoreline would be residential. So that's how that got broken down to take out of here. And then he started putting things in residential, then Ag 5, Ag 10, all the different industrial, commercial, light, hamlet, all would have these different things. But otherwise, like the tourist rooming houses, we were doing meetings, cripes, we had to go to each one and do it, and each one was a conditional use. Well, if you're doing that many, you do the deal, you put the,
Yeah.
everything on them, the conditions, and then it's a permitted use to save time.
Right.
Setbacks from roads and stuff. We were doing a lot of those, and that was going to the BOA, so that got changed up to the towns where it should have been probably years ago. So basically, the towns get to do their own zoning. So we have, I think what year was that they did that? 19 and 20? Did they set their zoning districts?
Initially it was passed in 15 and they had 12 months to get their maps in
Get their maps in, and that's where, like St. Croix, just a few.
There were some additional changes in 18 and 19.
Yeah.
And
And then a few were caught going,
20,
that
21,
happened to be missed. Okay.
Yeah, so I think the 2015, that's when it was a general comprehensive,
rewrite.
Act 55.
yeah, that was for like the general rewrite. So that's when zoning districts were looked at
Yeah.
extensively. But like even in this 2018, there was no zoning districts in the
No.
shoreland area.
It was moved up. Yeah.
That would have been, like 2019, 20.
20, yeah.
When now they're like, all right, we have zoning districts. We need these towns that don't have like unzoned towns. What do you guys want these to be zoned? Is there specific commercial properties that you know of in your town that we just started out as that, so you don't now become a non-conforming use?
Sure.
Because if you had like a recreational business commercial or a small business commercial in the shoreland, as you saw like in 2018, that whole list is underneath conditional use. Whereas when it got changed, it became an allowed use in a commercial district. So then it became a question of, does the town want commercial district in that area or not, rather than this is just saying all uses are going to be reviewed if they're on that list for a conditional use, rather than some of them having an allowed use in a specific zoning district. You can have an allowed use section like that one does if you feel that whatever that use may be should be allowed and there's no additional conditional use permit you feel is required. So I mean, if you thought all bars should be allowed in the shoreland area, you're still gonna have your underlying general, but in areas like an unzoned town, it would just be an allowed use. It wouldn't be a conditional use if you started separating that out. And then if you don't have any conditional uses, you would, you'd have the use that I guess it's tough to, is it allowed or not? If it's not, yeah, you would either put it in allowed use.
But that's only in the unzoned. All the zone stuff, we're only talking 4. They don't want to be on it. We're only talking 3 towns then, aren't we?
Well,
I mean, the rest of the 4 that are zoned, they have their districts already. They have their own. The county now has their districts. So now we're down to just 3 towns that don't have it.
Well, I think that's where it falls back to, if you have a town that's like, hey, we're cool with that, whatever industrial use being a lake, that's where the county has also some oversight to say, if you don't want that industrial use, it would go in here to get reviewed. So that's where it's between the, town and county of, if the county thinks it's important enough to put in there to protect the shoreland area, this is where to do it.
This is where to do it, yeah,
But otherwise, yeah, there would be underlying zoning districts for the other.
for everything else. Okay.
The insertion of the districts was a good option at the time, but maybe, going back to the general overlay is in the county's best interest overall for your consideration.
Does anybody remember why, when towns went to their own zoning, because it was before my time, why the districts didn't match up? I mean, there is no matchup between towns, districts, and counties district. I mean, was there ever an effort to, I mean, it can't be that crazy that you can't.
But each Farmington is way different than St. Croix.
I know.
Garfield is
I
different.
know.
Yeah, that's the local
That would-
authority element. They have the opportunity to develop, the
Yeah.
zones that they see
Yeah.
fit. And, I mean, there could be an effort in the future, but
Yeah,
right now they have theirs.
Tough one to get all together when they're.
Yeah, I think there's some towns and counties that they'll have like 4 or 5 different just residential, residential dash this, residential, and there's all different, if it's for multifamily or single family, it's all, there's a bunch of different districts.
Sure.
I think there could be an effort to try to get on the same page, but there's no obligation from the
No,
town to match the
I
zoning.
get that, there isn't, but I would think it would just make some sense to be able to do that, but,
Those have been,
right?
no, but I'm trying to think of long ago, St. Croix and some of them have had their own zoning.
Oh, yeah, it's been a long
For a
time.
long time. That they did it. I think St. Croix and Farmington were the first 2 almost. Okay. So we're gonna beat this down, in, out, how we wanna proceed, leave some in, take it all out, go with the zoning districts underneath.
You're talking general purpose now,
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
yeah, I'm saying that we
leave them in.
wanna leave them in. What does everybody else think? For now, leave them in, take them out. That's what the biggest fight's over.
Well, that's one of them. Yeah.
I guess there's more than one.
Because the technicality that we've gone through here in the last little bit, you've got county zoned, town zoned, or unzoned. Nothing's gonna be done there in unzoned. You don't have any zoning,
Mhm.
Right.
so.
But that's what they have,
This
that's
is
what they
control.
want. So I mean, before we actually do it, I think like Logan said, he'd want to make sure they understand that.
Well, I know that's true, but
Yeah,
the management district was here. He had to go to another
Yeah.
meeting.
okay.
And so I wish he could speak now, but I don't know how to say it. That's what they
They
want
want
because
the
they
Lake
want-
District. Yeah.
They have their districts for taking care of their lakes.
Yes,
And if it comes unzoned, all of this is gonna be just out there and.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because they just have shoreline zoning that they're dealing with.
Yeah.
They don't have,
and none of this would be in there. That
Yeah.
would be just the model
They don't have
ordinance.
any shoreline zoning. They're unzoned.
They still have shoreline
There's-
zoning
right now
through the
they're-
county.
Zone through the county.
That's Annex 15,
Yeah, the model ordinance.
the model
They
ordinance.
have, that's what they
But
have.
none of that's in there.
No,
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 no.
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, none of that is in there.
That's why we've done this countywide, is to try and
Yeah, yeah,
regulate some of this.
I understand that.
And just to tie it all back, point of those provisions is to protect the water in the county, regardless of where it is, whether
Yeah.
it's an unzoned town, a town that has its own zoning, or a
Yeah.
town that has adopted county zoning. The point I think Doug is making is we're trying to protect all the water, and
Mhm.
I believe that all of those requirements that we currently have in our zoning are in fact tied to the safety and health of the. And so that's where the defensibility and enforceability of those provisions comes in. Whether you all want it to apply to all the lakes or not. So I want to try to avoid getting into the specifics of, oh, well, do we care if it applies to this lake, or do we care if it applies to that lake? If it's good for one lake, it's good for all the
From,
lakes. So let's try to focus on that.
Okay,
Also, just to go off of that, what we have right now, in essence, is more restrictive than what it would be if we just kind of if we went down to this general purpose district. What is currently in our code of ordinances right now is more restrictive than what we are proposing.
Yes, so the model ordinance would not have most of these things that.
Oh, right. I'm not comparing it to the model.
Wouldn't have any of these.
It doesn't.
I'm not
have any-
comparing it to the model. I'm
Yeah.
comparing to what Polk County has right now, currently in our ordinance, is more restrictive than what we are proposing if we have the ones that would include travel trailers, tourist rooming houses in the general purpose district.
Is what we have right now more restrictive than it would be if we adopted this general purpose district and put everything in there?
Put these in here.
be the same.
It would be
The same.
basically the same,
It would be the same
essentially the same.
as right now.
It would take away the zoning districts within there, so there wouldn't be,
Right.
there wouldn't be any rezones or anything in the shoreland area if you
Right.
don't have underlying general zoning. So I'd say there's areas where it would be less restrictive. There's areas, our current ordinance has those specific provisions for travel trailers and everything where it says these do not apply to town zoned areas. So that would
be more.
That would be more restrictive. So I think there's both, but
Okay.
I think you're on the right track of.
I'm just thinking the general zoning has so much detail on each zoning district. So that's why I'm thinking that this would be, and other than, you're right, the towns that are currently under, that we are understanding were exempt under town zoning. But this would be in essence less restrictive because you'd have at least less breakdown of all those districts and all the information in those districts.
Yep, I would agree with that.
That's all my question is.
Cause then you're just setting it essentially as one zoning district. And looking at it in the eyes of the shoreland, this is your allowed use. If you want to say this is a change in use and this is a conditional use in that shoreland district, it doesn't require somebody to rezone from Ag 1 down to RA 5. And then if another use jumps up into the R1, they have to rezone again, or, things like that.
Right.
It would just be reviewed based on that specific list. So I think another point I wanted to clarify is if it goes the route of wanting a general shoreline purpose district, I think there's gonna have to be some more extensive, what do you want for an allowed use, change in use, conditional use, do you even want that? I don't know, I'd have to talk with Joe on to see how it works if you just have a few things in the allowed use. And then like that one stated, if it's not in here, it's not allowed, but I don't think you'd need that in there. I don't know how you'd handle it if it's not in there. I think for the most, a lot of those are, if it's not listed, it's considered not allowed, but I don't think it has to be done that way, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. But it's just gonna be tricky, or not tricky, but it'll take a little extra work to get exactly that section down.
The list and stuff.
And as you,
Because it wouldn't have any of the detail under any of this.
Well, that would be for sure part of it. the details, but more of, breaking it between an allowed use, conditional use, or
Yeah.
changing use.
Yeah,
But yeah,
what I
like,
mean by details, yeah.
Yeah. there could be-
but like under travel trailer, yeah, the regulations we currently have, if that's what you want to keep, those obviously need to be added to those sections. It wouldn't just say travel trailer, because then there wouldn't be any.
Yeah.
I guess it, if you just have it as an allowed use, yeah, then it would just be travel trailers are allowed. It wouldn't have any of the current,
Yeah.
how many days you can use it or.
Yeah.
Requirement.
So that is a way to do it, to say they're allowed in the district, but then at that point, I think it's almost, then you won't even have them in there, but.
But you'd have allowed with conditions, the same as everything, the
Correct.
way it is now.
Yeah.
You'd have all those listed, so it'd be quite a bit of stuff on each one of those.
To your question again, Pam, regardless of whether it might be less restrictive in some areas, it is still going to be more restrictive in other areas. And if you were to add all of these provisions back in, that's not going to satisfy the towns. The towns will continue to have the same concern
Oh, that I understand. Yes, thank you. Yeah,
they otherwise would.
that they currently have. Yes. No, I thank you, but yeah.
Do we want to go to some of the definitions, come back to this, or do you want to leave it in, take it out? Do we want to think about it a little bit?
Well, I think we heard Doug's feeling, so maybe.
Consensus. I would like to know that partial thing, if it even really exists, that partial zoning, if that would cover us then.
I don't imagine it would.
That's,
It would
yeah,
have anything to do with anything you're contemplating.
okay.
Because it specifically delineates that that has nothing to do with 59692, which is the shoreland ordinance. So it should have no real effect on how you are looking at 59. Say, it may impact your decision of whether you want to pull these out and just put them in the general provisions, because then potentially a town could adopt it in a certain portion of that particular town, maybe, but it would have no real effect on the shoreland ordinance. Other than your consideration of, well, if we pull it out, maybe the towns will pull it into portions of their town, but that's their decision, and you would have no.
We have no over, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we have, yeah.
So I can say that confidently. What I can't say is how that mechanism works. because
Okay.
It's
All right,
related to the town's authority, not the county's, so I don't.
sure.
Oh,
So consensus, we want to leave these in then or take them out?
Well, do we all agree that all of these things are things that would impact the quality, water quality, could potentially impact the water quality?
That's why the lake districts are concerned.
The sign,
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
about sign.
well, you're right. I guess I'm with Justin. I don't know about signs, and I also don't know about, I mean, manufactured home parks, because they tie into lot density. So that's where they would,
Mhm.
otherwise, just the idea that manufactured homes, I don't have an issue with them, but if we're tying them into density, then fine. And again, signs, yeah, I don't quite know how that affects what. Just, I agree with Justin.
Because there's there's a county sign ordinance.
Yeah.
right?
Correct.
So that would fall under that anyway, right?
For general zoning areas, yep.
So I mean,
Which doesn't impact the unzoned towns. But I question signs too, whether it belongs in there. But tourist rooming houses, travel trailers, bunkhouses, I mean, they all have an impact, I would think. Farm animals, barnyards, feedlots, dwelling density.
So we would just 5 and 8 out.
I'm not saying eight
Take
needs to be left out. I guess if that relates to density, fine. That's my whole,
Oh,
same thing with
yeah.
travel trailers. Does that relate to density?
I
You
would
know.
think so, but
No, there's different.
it's different.
Yeah, I think travel trailers are different, aren't they?
No.
Than
I mean,
Talking
I
manufactured.
understand, but are they relating to a travel trailer? Are you relating that, using that to density? Because the density and use, the density of people around the lake affects your lake quality.
Is it in the old
Or
one,
can, I shouldn't say.
the
does,
existing
can.
one?
So the travel trailer, yeah, so this isn't an exhaustive list. This is, I just rattled off, and that's why I put some of them. So like travel trailer parks, those are also something that are, or licensed travel trailer parks are in the
Oh,
ordinance
okay.
currently. But yeah, most of the regulation on the park is a density of so many per acre
Right.
allowed per
Right.
that.
So that would cover some of the other stuff, the density one, number 7 would cover. Because dwelling density and what else? I mean, is that to relate to the 30% and all that? How do we, is that how that's related? You know, with the accessory buildings and that. Does that relate to that 30% that you can go up to or whatever for density? Is that what we're talking about, density on lot, dwelling density?
So right now, the current ordinance states you can only have one dwelling per lot.
Okay,
If you just took the model ordinance, there would be, you know, a dwelling density. It would, if you were, as long as you're meeting your impervious surface, so if you had a, you know, large lot on the lake, you could have multiple dwellings on that lot. And still meet the, you know, as long as you're meeting
Impervious,
setbacks and everything
okay.
impervious.
all right.
So that would be a change if there is no density requirement. As long as you're meeting the shoreland impervious and setbacks, you could have multiple dwellings per lot. If those are taken out.
I think everywhere in ours is just one dwelling per lot, isn't it? In our districts, pretty much,
I
okay.
think so.
I might suggest this, if the committee agrees that they would prefer to look at something more like what is in the current agenda packet as opposed to what's set out with all the different zones and just have a general overlay, I think it may be beneficial for at a future meeting for zoning to have each of these particular things that are being considered on whether or not you want to add them in, have zoning potentially provide an explanation for why maybe the committee might want to say that it does impact water and kind of have you all look at each of the individual things, each of the individual items, and contemplate whether you want each of those individual items into the general, because that's kind of where
Where we're going.
right? We don't want to just say, oh, well, yeah, I guess that kind of applies to Lakeshore. It would be good for you all to have a good understanding of why it impacts to the lakes and how, and then make an educated decision on should this be included or not.
I like that.
Okay,
That's not,
and then there's,
because we are looking at a pretty substantial change from what has been presented for the last year.
yeah,
Right,
We don't want to just suddenly, just because it's been in the ordinance for coming on 8 years now,
yeah,
doesn't mean that you all don't necessarily want to take a look at it and decide whether that continues to be, or maybe there are additional things that you might want to add in as well. So I just I wouldn't want to, out of this one meeting, say, hey, we're including these, we're not including these, great, okay, put it out. Right?
Yeah.
Like
oh, definitely.
for you all to have a good contemplation of what exactly is included and why. That doesn't mean that any of the language from what you've talked about for the last year is necessarily going to change, but talk about them as concepts and as block sections.
what does this look like?
Right.
Truly, what does it look like?
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to add on to that is there might be certain conditions underneath travel trailers that you guys be like, well, this doesn't impact the shoreline. Let's, you know, then you should take those out.
The condition,
Only have conditions that relate to the purpose and intent.
okay,
Whereas some of these conditions, I don't know exactly, but some of them might not. If it was truly pulled from the general into the shoreline, there might be some that it's like, that's a stretch to say that that's for the purpose and intent of this ordinance. So I think that's a
No
great idea
fireworks
to
or
look,
something.
you want to look at the content that's being added, because all the content needs to be meeting it, not just the headline of travel trailer.
Yeah,
If you have the headline meeting it, but the conditions underneath it are like, there's no way you can say that that is for the purpose and intent.
Yeah.
You don't want that in there.
yeah.
And so that may result in a number of more meetings before we even have another public hearing. What I do think we should probably do at a minimum is get something, because there are some cleanup issues that I think need to be made to the ordinances in general. And so what I think Logan and I could probably do is sit down and look at things that absolutely could get changed in the short term. And then we can look at this more as a more long-term change to the, there are a couple of issues within the ordinance that, in my opinion, need to change a little bit more quicker than maybe 6 months down the road when we get through this entire process. Hopefully it doesn't take that long, but
But you're saying we need to actually, your suggestion or would be that there are some significant things that should be updated with an updated new ordinance sooner rather than later. Okay.
we can do both at the same time.
Right.
We can come
Steps
with minor changes that need
be done.
need to be addressed quickly, and then the more long-term discussion about, hey, these are the bigger changes. We may,
Do a resolution on the April 1st meeting.
well, because we would be amending the ordinance, even if it's minor changes, I would still probably have to have a public hearing. Minor changes, so
It's usually safer to have it than not.
So do we want to notice a public hearing for Wednesday, April 1st, council?
Is it April 1st?
I would,
be-
yeah, I would,
No
joke.
Or that would be, that would,
what I would like to do is have, work with zoning, figure out the couple of things that I think need to be addressed quickly. Have those on the agenda. They shouldn't be particularly controversial because they aren't substantive necessarily. They're more clerical administrative changes. And then have that go on after the committee says, yep, we agree those should be changed. Have that then go to a public hearing and then go up. So I don't know that we have to plan for a public hearing.
okey-dokey.
So we could always have a second meeting in April or whatever too, if we have to. I mean,
All right, we're gonna attack definitions.
I think so.
That's if the committee feels like you're going in the direction of this new document.
Yes, I feel like.
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
All right, yeah, that's,
Doug?
isn't it? That's good by consent. That's what we're looking at, isn't it? Okay. All right, by consensus, all right.
So definitions?
Definitions, let's get back into that.
We just need to understand. So by consensus, we're moving forward to a more shoreline overlay district.
To see that general part, then just, I think to
Okay.
layer that out.
Okay, just so I just want to make sure I understand. Okay, so moving by consensus, that's kind of what we're moving forward. But now you're still going to go through some definitions.
Definitely.
Yes,
Okay, got it.
but yes.
But that general part, I think, is to justify what that list is, and there's more. I think to go through that, the whole list and justify why it can be or not can't be in there.
What
Yeah.
42-216 would look like with the information, if we left these in here with that information in there,
Yeah.
what would that really look like?
This was more of a, hey, do you guys want to entertain this? Now we're saying, what is it gonna look like? And then you guys will look at it and see if there's pieces that you don't want in there, pieces
So
that
it's
you do.
just that
Yeah.
part, yeah, and how it would fit, yeah.
Yeah.
Because then you might take the whole thing out, might
Well,
leave the whole
but
thing
I
in.
mean, or we have to, Joe, you're looking for facts. Do we have to leave it?
We'll take a recess.
Yeah,
Oh.
you need another one? You need a recess?
Either that or I can step out for a second. Either way, you can continue.
You want to jump in or take a recess? Let's take a recess for a few seconds or
Make it only 5
I
minutes.
would have to buy a pack of cigarettes just to remind myself that every. So the retaining wall is the biggest definition, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All that is your
What was the other one? Porch, patio, decks.
Oh,
Uh,
A lot of them.
outline.
Yeah, well, Chris also mentioned it, accessory structure. That's exactly out of the model, so I
That's right
don't know
out
if
of
we
the
want to
model.
touch
He
that.
just wants the things in that defined,
Okay,
is how he's,
okay, then I misunderstood.
Sure.
Yeah, just examples. is the other one.
examples of what's in that accessory structure.
Accessory structures.
So that would be the deck, patio.
Maybe, but not limited to, just some ideas.
Yeah, deck.
Accessory structure.
All right. So everybody got that one that he had wrote? What are we thinking of the retaining wall? And that was out of 118. We could double check that too.
It is. Looked it up
I think we
before.
all looked at it. didn't we?
Yeah.
Too.
Eric, did you look at that?
Bringing it up right now.
Okay, did you show him that? Did you get a copy of what he wrote?
Yeah.
All right.
It might be a frequently asked question on the DNR website unless you can find the actual definition, but I know if you put it in their search engine on there, that's what comes up for retaining. So
Yeah,
I guess I don't want to go on the record and say that's it, but that's what's on, that's what they're using.
Yeah, I've seen it too. I searched. for it
Yeah.
too.
and it's not super specific.
They're dancing around it also.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So if we were to use this, nowhere does it say that that it doesn't still need to be permitted, that it doesn't need to be part of a plan.
It's a definition, so
This is, no, I'm just saying, this is just a definition, so I'm trying to find, just in my head, thinking, what is the harm of having I know we've talked about it before, but there's definitely been push about wanting a definition. This doesn't eliminate anything this doesn't say that you automatically get one where you want it. It
Correct.
just gives an explanation of it.
Yeah.
That's just my 2 cents.
And it's still an accessory structure, so between the 75 and the high water, it needs a permit. Because it's considered an accessory structure out of the model ordinance.
Well, it says it's not allowed.
It's not allowed without,
Allowed.
but I mean, that's so the DNR would have to permit it. It's not allowed. But they can put a retaining wall anywhere. Beyond the 75, so we still have a definition of a retaining wall would fit anywhere, not just in the shoreline. So we could put it in the general too, if that's what it is. I think the definition, we do have, unless we want to make it specific for the shoreline and then another definition for not in the shoreline ordinance. I think we should do it so it fits in both. If that makes sense.
It does. Because this one is specific to shoreland,
Yes.
but it doesn't have to be. I mean, you could.
No, because if you're at 100 feet back or whatever, you could build them without a permit. Is that right? With a permit, you still need a permit. You still need the permit.
It's allowed.
But it's allowable. Yeah, because it's not an exempt structure.
Almost got you off the hook there.
Yeah. I know better.
This definition, though, is not going to help the issue of from the ordinary high water mark to the 75-foot line. This is not going to help that. It's going to say what it is, but it's not going to help that fight. Correct?
Well, we want to take out where it holds back soils. I think, is that what, we don't have that in there now, do
Not
we?
in this.
It's not in this one.
No, but it's not in ours anymore, is it? No, we don't even have
We don't
anything.
even have
We
a
don't have it.
definition.
Don't even actually, yeah.
So we have to just,
Actually, we do in our current one, because we've never.
In the
changed
current one,
Well,
not in the,
Not in the draft.
not in the draft.
No,
not in the.
And that's what one of the ask was to
Mhm.
define a
Define.
retaining wall.
Right.
Yeah,
Mainly because of we removed, I think the DNR said that the language that was in there about the single boulder was not the intent of the language, so that got pulled out of that definition. That was kind of our, a little bit of our
landscape
gray area that we had that could help us in some of those boathouses and walkout foundations that we could,
Yeah.
we could work with. And now we've kind of lost that. So I know we're gonna try to plan better on the front side, but I guess my hope is with some of the other definitions that are below that one that, maybe something like that, like structural erosion control or landscaping, if it's a little more defined, and have a little bit of wiggle room in the right scenario for something. Because the current landscaping definition and the grading definition to me are almost one and the same. One is moving topsoil. I mean, they're pretty vague.
Yeah.
I think there's too much in that landscape one, but I'm just trying to throw ideas out there.
So can you give an example of how you use that one rock or that boulder, as a guidance? I guess I'm trying to understand.
I actually have some pictures if you want.
I don't know, I'm just asking from
Yeah,
the
I mean,
standpoint of determining, how you define this
Did
retaining.
a lot was, well, we're talking about boathouse, side service door with a walkout dug into a hill. A lot of times we do 1, 2, 3 right next to the service door, so we could control that water and make it go around that service door so it doesn't come down and go in. Sometimes next to steps and things like that, if the steps are kind of coming not perpendicular down the hill, but at a little bit of an angle, they would end up, if the edge of the step was kind of built out of the ground, maybe we'd place a boulder there again. I mean, we're using rocks all the time, but I think that's to try to do the natural landscape that everybody seems to prefer, both county and homeowners, but, that type of scenarios where we used it and, again, there was language in there for it before, but I think there were some sites, over time by various contractors that took that to the next level. And because there was no size requirement or anything else on that rock, that all of a sudden now somebody dug a ledge across the front of the shoreline and went boom, 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 boom. And all of a sudden there's 33-foot boulders across the front. And it's like, now they've terraced this, but it's still, that one rock high. But my fear is just on some of the structural stuff, like you said, the walkouts, the steps, the landings. Unless you want to go to everything built up above the ground, and we set these steps and do these landings into the ground, which I feel are a little more, they blend better with the surroundings. It's not elevated 4 feet out, and we don't have to have handrail a lot of times on that because we're at grade, so it's one less part of the piece that's in there. But there are times when we need to, kind of secure that structure or guide water. So that's where, again, maybe that structural erosion control measure, if that definition is in there, where maybe some of that could fall into that.
So for the most part, though, we're still talking about concerns within the 75-foot mark.
Well, I know it's not allowable. I guess I'm the wall, correct, yeah.
But we're even rocks and, I'm not trying to,
Correct.
but our big angst here is how do we mitigate soil erosion or deal with disturbed soils when we're building a boathouse and having steps to the lake? How do we do that and meet all our criteria?
It's not clear to me what's allowed anymore.
Well,
It
that's what I'm
was
just saying,
very
right,
clear.
that's what I'm just saying. So
I knew it inside and out.
that's what our
Yeah.
question is what are we allowed to do within that 75-foot when you're working basically with the boathouses or the steps to the lake or whatever, which is also allowed on the DNR. I know we can do steps to the lake, so, okay.
It's an allowable accessory structure, but yet we say we can do it, but if we can't do it without, a couple of these little pieces, again, within reason, I know there's always going to be somebody that takes advantage of it, but
Right.
it's.
Chair, could I make a comment on that?
Go ahead.
This is where I come back on the construction side, not on the finish side, right? Because we're not finishing these hillsides. And that's where I say we can manipulate. And that's where I feel like sometimes I feel like we should challenge the DNR a little bit on some of their vagueness because clearly, you look at their model ordinance, I heard today, they don't even have how many dwellings you can put on a property, but yet they're concerned about a rock, one rock high, on a shoreline lot, but what I worry about is what I see is happening over the last 10 or 20 years is these houses are getting bigger that people are asking us to build. And we have all these techniques for mitigation and runoff. But, you know, these exempt structures like these steps and these boathouses, what we try to do, and when we design them, and I'm more on the design side where I'm going out and looking at these, you know, a guy says, I want my boathouse right here. And we're like, there's no way I can dig on that hill. It's too steep. You know, and we need to move it over. That's still about, you know, we walk away from some of them jobs, but you know, again, I go back to the DNR says you cannot exempt the boathouse. No matter how many rules you put on that boathouse, eventually someone's going to be able to get a permit. You know, and if you have to do retaining walls, I think we're totally okay with, if you got to build retaining walls to build a boathouse, that should have more oversight. That should have all kinds of levels to get retaining walls. But if you don't want me to manipulate the site, which if we try to do it the way it's currently written, while we're on the dirt side before a landscaper even shows up, we're going to be manipulating that whole hillside. We got big excavators. We could take down a couple extra trees. We can mound the dirt up behind a boathouse better. We can put bigger swales in the side of the hill so you don't have the problem where, you know, we can dig a part of a hill out so the steps aren't into a hill. But you're going to change the aesthetics of the lakes. And to give these landscapers an opportunity, because I've been working on this for 30 years, we've always tried to say, how can we leave these projects looking more natural? And you look at Twin City Lakes, well, they can't do a lot of those things. Well, that's why you get the big grading and you get all grass. And to me, leaving the flexibility with some of this land, maybe the landscaping definition, where you give people that gray area to do that landscaping, so we're not having to excavate it, so we don't put those 3 rocks. I can't express how important that is, that we're gonna make people change the shape of their lake lots if we can't find some solution for people to landscape their steps or their boathouses or get off, on and off. It's such a simple thing. And I think because we got in trouble with these go-arounds and these retaining walls that were 1 rock high, like John says, there wasn't many problems before, except 1 or 2 in the whole county, maybe a handful I'm not aware of. But there wasn't that many problems before until you get a couple owners trying to, you know, take the 1 rock high, and you can go buy 4-foot tall rocks now. It's kind of a popular thing. You can go buy a truckload of rocks and spend $10,000 on rocks and meet the 1 rock high rule. But that's why I don't know why we wouldn't just have a definition there to allow this landscaping. And then if the DNR says they don't like it, well, they're going to tell you when you go to get it certified. That's.
So I've got another one, the exempt structures in a shoreline area. Number 7, devices or systems used to treat runoff from impervious surfaces. Do we have a definition of what a device or system?
Landscaping. That's what it is.
So
there's no device I
would
can
we
buy.
define that a little better so that we could use stuff like that? Devices or system used to treat runoff from impervious surfaces.
I'm guessing they're talking mitigation, infiltration, rain gardens, you know, the standard stuff we do, which the boathouses are contained now. I mean.
But a device to divert it. That'd be a small retaining wall. To divert water. Put a wall. Or something. What other device?
As long as it passed land and waters review, that it was required to divert that water.
What would be a device to treat it? You know what I'm saying right here? I'm on this one. Where it's highlighted.
Case by case, depending on
Yeah,
Oh, she's,
the site conditions and in the plan for development.
it's in the exempt.
isn't it this? So that's from the notes back from
Yeah.
last year.
So just,
So 7 devices or system, but that's out of the model, right? No.
That device is the structural erosion control, and you have that definition there, so you can refer to it, and it says that it's like something that treats erosion.
Could that be one of our outs
You
to
can lead from
do
one to
some of
the
this?
other.
Put it in there to say, here's a device that doesn't, that it's moving the water to a certain spot.
Oh, here it is. 15 on the model. 15. Oh, that was on 15.
Is it in the model?
It is.
What page was it?
15 on the
15.
model. Devices or system used to treat runoff from impervious
Yeah,
surfaces.
so it's in the model
Provided
ordinance.
the requirements of 59,692 and 59,692
So would we have
are met.
maybe get the definitions of some of those devices from Land and Water?
On the model.
Yeah, it's in the model. It's page 15 on the model. Under,
There's a list of devices out there. I'm not certain if retaining wall is
Is it a-
one of them, but
Okay,
I mean, I don't have that in front of me.
Sure.
I can look that up. It'd be more like rain gardens, French drains.
but this is what the device diverting it to it. So this would be halfway up the hill if you had to do riprap down a, like a dry run. That would end up in one of those. Isn't that system used to treat the runoff? So that would,
It's
it
possible.
would be both. But that's what a lot of things you do.
I would rather not see retaining wall. I mean, they've already said retaining wall is not allowed. I mean, we
Yeah.
know that.
We know
My slight go around so we can make all this work is kind of like, let's have this other definition of either landscaping that's got some other possible things in there and whatever, and say, well, yeah, you can landscape it, or you can do structural erosion control, but don't put retaining wall.
in
Because
that.
we already know that it's not allowed.
It's not allowed. Yeah,
So, try to list some of these other devices like Land and Water or whatever that could be used and
that are
don't use
exempt.
retaining wall, but maybe, like you said, use some of those other practices or whatever. And, again, as a border, come up with a different term, a wing wall. I mean, there's different
Yeah,
options.
right.
I think
Yeah.
retaining wall is gonna be the red flag. If
Is your
that-
brook
if that's in that, because
considered
it's not allowed.
impervious surface?
Yes.
So like we had drain things that came down and went underground into this thing.
Yep.
Like a,
Sewer's almost a
Yeah,
drain field.
yeah, drain
Goes into
field
a drain
almost.
field.
yeah, well, it was a tank too.
Yeah, a tank with holes in it, yeah.
Yeah, not really a tank, milk cartons,
Milk cartons, there you go. Not a
milk
drain,
crates.
but it just slows it down. And
It was all underground though.
Yeah.
Landscaping.
But I mean, that number 7, that, because it is an example, that could fit under some of our landscaping definitions then. To help that way maybe. If that makes any sense, but
Because it's devices or systems.
yeah. Get that list, all right, but still the retaining wall, would you just,
Let's not call it that, like John said, let's just omit that.
no, this is separate. I'm just saying the retaining wall, we gotta pick something out for it.
Whether it's landscaping or,
Although it's an accessory structure. We have to, that's the model ordinance, everything that's in there. So we pretty much have to leave it under that.
Retaining wall is an accessory structure. They still want it defined, even if they can't use it within 75 feet.
Yeah,
Correct. And my thought is another term or similar to landscape or structural engineer might open the door up for this problem of how we handle that water or that run around by the service door or whatever else.
Yeah.
Can we use one of those other devices or other landscaping means that are listed there to do it and not call it
and not call that a
call it a
retaining wall.
retaining. Just feel like there's nothing that tells me what I can and can't do with that situation. Even I can't have a retaining wall, but it doesn't tell me anything else that's allowable or give me any ideas or ways to handle that.
And like Doug said, you look up retaining wall, we'd have 30 pages.
Oh, yeah. You talked about going down a steep slope and then you kind of have to go over sometimes and stuff. I just happened across this, and this is from Sue. And she said she recommended landings are only allowed within stairways for direction changes needed on steep slopes. So that you can do direction changes on steep
Yeah,
slopes.
and I think 50 square feet, I mean, their whole idea was that you'd go down, I mean, if it's a 5 foot wide walkway, you've only got a 5 by 10 landing. All you can do is go down, step over 2 steps and go down again. It's not like you can go,
Okay,
definitely, like I said, I don't think you start your stairway on one side. You gotta be within the viewing corridor too. But
yeah. And you can't go like 5 feet over and then down again.
like you said, the landing, I think you have to, the
Landing,
way I understand it, you have to go through the landing. Go
okay.
down, and like you said, it can be a 5 by 10, or the landing can be off to the side, or do you have to go through it? I don't know how we're gonna handle that.
So if you have two sets of stairs and you're going around something, like let's say
Yeah.
a tree, but this look best to come down, you can come down with a set of steps.
Yeah,
You got a 5 by 5 landing at the bottom of those steps, and then you have a 5 by 5 there to walk over and go down. So that's where you got that 5 by 10.
50 square.
So you could
So you can
come down and
get
go
around.
around something and then go down.
yeah,
Or we use them to go down and around something and then step off of that landing to get to your steps of your boathouse. That's what we use
okay,
our
gotcha.
landings for. So
okay.
that's why they're important, that you could go, if it's not steep and it's flat, there's no need to
To
turn,
do that, yeah,
because then you can take a walkway right by it. But
Yeah.
I can't tell you, I don't know the last boathouse we ever built that was on a flat lot that put its steps on it. They're all in the hill that's the step.
okay, where are we at?
Okay. Well, you're gonna get us some devices and stuff from Eric.
Yeah, I can.
What do you think about the retaining wall? Well, we sure in that erosion control area for a definition. Do you have any thoughts?
I'd be cautious to lean on erosion control, as a purpose for that thing, but realizing that there are cases where that, is a reasonable structure to help with stabilization and shoreline. Again, I think it all comes down to making the case as to why that practice is needed, putting it in the plan, and in some cases, go through the Board of Adjustment, get a variance for it, I suppose, but I think it's reasonable to think of it as a structural erosion control practice in some cases.
As a definition, do you think? But I don't know if we definitely, it's an accessory structure that does what? You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Well, and it does say retaining walls may be appropriate for areas that are actively eroded and are subject to zoning regulations in your local land ordinance. So
Simplify it like
it's
that.
saying it's kind of saying what you're saying. There might be instances where it makes sense to use them, but in general,
It doesn't.
they're not.
It challenges a dictionary definition of a retaining wall.
The question I would have when I do a design and submit it, and I do that, what do I call it on my plan?
Yeah,
If there's something down there, I mean, we gotta have, that's where I'm coming from, like, am I gonna call it landscaping? Excuse me.
yeah, or,
Structural erosion control. We don't wanna put retaining wall really, because
Yeah.
we know that's not allowable.
yeah,
And if the DNR is gonna fight us on something, I don't expect somebody to sign off on that, but
yeah,
to me, this is like where we have the opportunity to be creative or broad and do I just point at it and say landscaping or structural control measure? And then we spec that out or whatever, but I'm sure somebody's gonna question what it is on the plan.
Maybe a question for Logan is, what would be the DNR's position on a diversion? Because it seems to me what you're describing is more of a diversion.
Usually it's to protect those, like you said, the openings of the building. Whether it's that service door or the front garage door, so it doesn't race right around. Usually on a walkout, I mean, any walkout house or any structure, you have to have something on the corners. You generally can't just grade it out from top to bottom and it works. you gotta get that water around or whatever, so.
Still by definition, that's a retaining wall though.
Remember that we're not just talking about getting past the DNR, right? We are also potentially talking about litigation initiated from other members of the public who don't like what's happening. So if a member of the public sees that a permit was granted for what is not a retaining wall, they can absolutely sue the county for issuing the permit, bring it through circuit court, bring it through the appeals, bring it all the way up. And ultimately, it's going to be the courts that have to determine whether or not something is a retaining wall and whether or not it's something that's permitted. So not only, you can't just draft a definition because you want to try to get around the DNR. We have to make sure that we're following law. Law says you can't have a retaining wall. No matter what your definition is, the law says you can't have a retaining wall. Now, we could be more clear about what a retaining wall is and ultimately maybe succeed at trial. But ultimately, a court's going to use a definition of retaining wall. If we're more, let's say, for example, we have a retaining wall is not a single boulder. Okay. If that gets to court, a judge is going to say, you defined it as this, but that's, the state statute requires that you not allow retaining walls within 75 feet. That's a retaining wall, regardless of whether your definition within your county says it's not, is irrelevant. That's a retaining wall. Therefore,
So where does he get his definition?
well, so for example, there's a case out of Burnett County that happened in 2024. They say the court uses Webster. Court observed that the dictionary defines retaining wall as a, quote, a wall that is built to keep the land behind it from sliding.
Oh,
That's the definition that is in Merriam-Webster as of 2024.
And that's what
That's what the court used.
That's what the court used.
So
Let's put it in there, because if a judge is gonna make one up for
built
us.
to keep the land behind it from sliding. That's what they use there.
Joe, can I just offer one caveat to that? That is that you can have a retaining wall. You just need to go through the variance process through a
Right.
board of
Yeah.
adjustment, right? So I mean, you can't just be permitted one within 75 feet, but you can have one.
Correct.
I just wanted to make that, like, we don't have anything.
Hey, Chair.
But if, yeah,
And so you guys talked a lot earlier about water quality, like the things that are water quality, right? So when you guys talk about landscaping around these exempt structures, a set of steps, a set of boathouses, I see the end product, probably a lot of different people doing it. And I'm gonna tell you, the guys that landscape these boathouses, clearly with these little diversions or whatever you wanna call them to get the water away from the boathouse, you see no erosion issues on landscaping jobs, let's say by Prolon. Water comes off the boathouse as it runs, they got rock mitigation, they got these little things that we did before. I can't even remember in years, I don't think we've ever pulled a variance or even built a retaining wall on one of our sites if it wasn't already there. It doesn't happen that often, building retaining walls. Even on the steep stuff, we've never done it, except in the village, because it's allowed. But it's a water quality issue. So these diversion issues are totally about water quality. They're not about aesthetics. They're not about, hey, the landscaper's making an extra couple grand, it looks nice. They are 100%, as a layman, looking at them when they're done, they're about water quality. So I think you can hang your hat on if these definitions, again, you'll shake it out and the DNR at some point is going to review your definitions. And I'm not saying try to get around it, but if it's a water quality issue, I think the county has the authority to come up with those landscaping plans and don't call them a retaining wall because they're not. Just like that picture I showed you guys of the rock laid down, that's one landscaper doing it, but that's all rock laying down that slope like that. Well, there's a lot of rock there. They're small and apparently that is legal. But if we're going to start doing that to to slow down our water on every job, you're gonna have people just putting riprap like they did in Little Balsam. 15 feet wide, 100 feet long, they brought in 10 loads of riprap. And that can get dumped, right? So, and just comments there that.
Sure.
Side of that.
And I will say, I don't disagree with Mr. Nelson's representation that a lot of these things certainly can be beneficial to the lake, to the property owner, to the structure. Not disregarding any of that, certainly. The statute is written in such a way that it does pigeonhole us. And so I'm all about creative solutions. It's one of the reasons I'm here, is to try to find creative solutions around things, but we just have to be careful is all I'm saying. Because it, no matter what we do, if we're using a definition that is really beyond a reasonable definition of what something is, simply to try to get around things, we can find ourselves in a difficult situation down the road.
So is that where we're better off not defining retaining wall and leaving it alone?
No, we should take that one that a judge used. We get something to fall back on.
Ultimately, if you define it, basically the court is going, or if you don't define it, the court is going to use a definition like that, if not that specific definition. That's what is going to be used. So a wall that's built to keep the land behind it from sliding. Now, a court is going to use whatever a particular attorney argues in whatever case. So I might use a different dictionary that has a different definition that I think is more advantageous to whatever position I'm trying to take. That's if you have no definition. If you do have a definition, the problem becomes there are the handful of bad actors that do try to get around it and go and, you know, Mr. Nelson pointed out, there's maybe 2 or 3 situations where we ran into something with our current definition. There are going to be bad actors that try to circumvent your definition if you have a specific definition, and they'll get nitpicky, and then you have litigation on that side too. So there's benefits and drawbacks to both ways. It's more
I'm
clear.
looking, if we put that in there, we could catch it at the permit stage.
Right, it's more clear for the public and for contractors about what exactly the definition you are going to use will be, but it provides that inroad for someone to go and try to get around that and do something that would otherwise not be permitted. And then Logan's in the situation saying, hey, Joe, can I deny this? And I say, well, our definition says it's allowed, so we're kind of stuck there, and then here we are. And he has to make the tough decision whether to say no, because it is contrary to what a retaining wall in fact is, and then it puts, I don't know, it.
All right.
So at the end of the day, we're not actually gonna help John define what a retaining wall is. I mean, however we do it, it doesn't matter.
DNR one, and it doesn't matter whether it helped John or not. The DNR has one, then at least you've got one that's already been
That's been tested and,
tested by the DNR.
I mean, we might, that was
It's not gonna change anything down inside I get
the
that.
75. It ain't gonna
No.
change.
It just, the reason, like I said, I like it because when you say retain, there's things that we do within the 75 that may be part of those steps or whatever, edging, like I said, we've been down this road talking about that, my edging retains soil. So how nitpicky do you want to get on, like I said, is my edging a retaining
Yeah.
wall now? You know, so that's.
According to the definition, yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, according to the definition Joe just talked about, yeah, it is.
Right, and my guess is any judge is gonna, I think it's Justice Stewart talking about a completely different topic, but it's, you know it when you see it, right? That's what.
Right.
Yeah.
And it comes down to reasonableness. I know no one likes the reasonableness of
Reasonable.
word, but that's what it ends up coming down to, because if you have no definition, then you're using the general use of the word, and then it says the reasonableness of Logan, which then if he issues a citation for whatever, then it comes to me for me to use my reasonableness. And then
ultimately, I have to justify both of those positions if we move forward with a citation to a judge. And then it's the reasonableness of that judge in the application of what we're doing. So it doesn't provide the specific clarity that I think is being asked for, but it provides a certain amount of expectation that, well, do we know this is a retaining wall, or is it reasonable that someone would look at this and be like, yeah, that's a retaining wall?
What do you think? We should use that one from Burnett, from that court?
I like the DNR one myself, but because it doesn't talk about holding back soil, it just says a structure built above the high water mark meant to reduce land erosion due to steep grades. And even the next sentence, for projects above the high water mark, natural vegetation is preferred for stabilizing steep slopes and bluffs.
And that's what Eric was referring to, that retaining walls aren't the
Yes.
only thing. But I mean,
Yeah.
but that's, okay.
But then you were gonna look up, what was it, 118?
But I mean, then it says retaining walls may be appropriate for areas that are actively eroding.
Is what
So
Sarah referred to.
So let's go, why don't we listen to what 118 is?
what, yeah,
Oh, well, in 118, it does list under 118.46. I had it, then I lost it. Here we go. It says structural erosion control measures means a retaining wall or other man-made structure whose primary function is to control erosion. But there are some other caveats with that further in the statute. To which I'm not well informed because I haven't reviewed this entire rule, but that's a definition of a structural erosion control measure and an example within.
so that's saying it's erosion control, not a diversion device.
It's oh, right. Yeah,
Okay.
it's not going to be a treatment device.
It's not a treatment device,
No.
but is it a diversion device? Is that what it is, where it diverts it to someone?
It's, according to this, it would be a structural erosion control measure.
Okay.
And one of the things I think it would help too by calling it that is that you're gonna take away the people that are coming to us and saying, hey, when you're done grading here, can you flatten my lot out, right? Because that's gonna take those issues away, that you're not gonna get a variance. If you have a definition like that, it's erosion control. It tears us a lot to put a pickleball. We had a guy a couple years ago wanted to put a pickleball court on the lake side of his house. Well, it would require a retaining wall. I'm like, yeah, you can't get a retaining wall at 40 feet off the water and build it up 6 feet. You can't get that approved. What's the reasonable use, right?
What's your hardship?
Yeah, what's your hardship, right? You can put one on your driveway out on the other side, but I think having a definition like that, it kind of clearly says it's an erosion control issue. That's the only time you can use a retaining wall. I mean, it takes a lot of people off the plate on a lot of concerns you have on the guy that just wants a flat yard. He's gonna have to get pretty creative and say, I'm gonna grade my whole lot from lot line to lot line and build a 6-foot wall here because it's erosion control.
Well, it doesn't have to be a retaining wall. That structural erosion control, there's other devices
Yeah.
that can be used. That's where I feel
Right.
like we'd have the option to do some other things or whatever with that terminology.
And that's what I was gonna touch on too. If it's defined, I would hate that, others would interpret it as that's the only particular structure that you
That
can use.
is the
for
best
erosion
practice
control,
or something,
because
yeah.
There are a lot of other best practices that might be more suitable for the site in which you're interested in
Sure.
to apply to help with the erosion. So, I mean, that's my only concern. I just don't want people to think it's the only way.
Right. Well, and that's why they use the word structural
Because-
mostly, because it's a hard build. That's why they use, structural, I'm thinking.
Correct. And
What's
To that.
considered an accessory structure, so we gotta,
In
yeah.
regards to water quality and ecosystem services and things like that, or retaining wall isn't gonna provide that sort of thing
Sure.
in most cases.
So which one do you think we should use?
Well, the
Yeah, I-
structural,
That's, yeah,
what do you,
Structural erosion control measure means a retaining wall or other man-made structure whose primary function is to control erosion.
That's the one I gave you guys in the definition too,
Yeah.
on the bottom page.
yeah, it is. Yep.
So the problem with that is it's a definition of erosion control, not a definition of a retaining wall.
Correct.
It's a,
Yeah,
it's a definition of what it does.
it's like saying an accessory structure is a retaining wall.
Yep,
Or includes a same type of thing.
same thing.
It doesn't define retaining wall. It's
yeah.
a retaining wall is a type of this, which is not particularly useful.
I will also add that retaining walls are listed under their definition of structure.
Accessory structure, yep. And structure, I think both, yeah.
Just a structure.
Not an accessory, just a structure.
Well, in definitions in the model, I think it's in accessory structures.
Chapter here. Then the model's based off of, because this is your, what?
At the-
118.
Yeah, this is the lower St. Croix Riverway.
Oh, that's the 118 one. Oh,
Yep.
One that Mr. Hall alluded to in his email.
because actually under 5969-2 accessory structure, that's where it has, it's in that one. And that's in our model ordinance too and that stuff.
Sure, what's wrong with having two definitions? Retaining wall is that, and you add structural erosion control is another definition in there.
But that's what it does.
And I thought you were trying to decide on what is the definition of retaining wall.
Well, I think we take the one from Burnett County as the definition and then it's an erosion control device.
And remember, it's not a definition from Burnett County. It's a Burnett.
No, from a Burnett County case, yes.
Case, yeah.
But it's from a dictionary, so there could be multiple versions of the same. I mean, is
The
there?
case could still be overruled.
Yeah.
We just don't know. We just
Other
don't know.
dictionary.
Yeah,
It's like Jeepers creeps.
there is that.
But
I mean, according to
the
Doug,
state uses the first, usually when it says the Webster Dictionary, they use the most, how do they state that, Joe? You use the first
Most
definition, most common, yeah. Definition, because some of them have 50, like retaining wall.
Terms ordinary and accepted meaning is usually established by reference within a court to,
Okay.
so long as it's used in a recognized dictionary is, I think, the language that's used
Okay.
in the case. So the normal use of the word as set out in a recognized dictionary. So again, I know it when I see it, it's basically what the course is saying, more or less. But then they, in this particular case, go to particular dictionary, Merriam-Webster, online and use what I assume is probably the first
First one, sure.
Yeah.
Result.
So what did they, on the one rock high one, what did they say that was? They just said that was a retaining wall? Did they come up with one there in that court decision? Or is that still pending?
One rock
The one rock high one, the Deer Lake one, how's that?
case is pending.
Okay, shoot. I'll come up with that one.
Board of Adjustment found that it was a retaining wall, is what the Board of Adjustment.
Okay, did they give it a definition? The BOA,
I don't think so.
okay,
I thought.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it was too.
okay,
That's what Mr. Loke said.
But then.
okay, but that one's pending, so that is no. Well, if we use that definition and then have,
It's a start.
it's a start, but then put, that it's,
Yep.
So then put that it's meant to reduce land erosion due to steep grades
Mhm.
in it too. I mean, that's in
unless
this,
you want to just define it
Yeah,
period.
don't elaborate.
and not say what it does.
And then I don't know if you're gonna have structural erosion control measures, have that underneath it. Cause I think that's where you start getting gray areas when you define it
Too
and
tight, yeah,
give examples of it. I think you need to.
because you
define
never give enough examples.
Period. And then if you want to put it landscaping and if you want to put structural erosion control measures, do that as its own definition.
And that would be in mitigation, wouldn't it? Is the structural erosion control measures are in mitigation or not? Or do we redefine them again?
I don't know if, I mean, it's kind of part of, it's not entirely mitigation. I mean, a lot of the mitigation is actual, treatment of that.
Is treatment,
But
it's after the fact, because not all of them need it.
yeah,
Okay.
I mean, the one thing I would say about the definition is if somebody wants a retaining wall and they're 200 feet from the water, but it's not specifically for erosion control, you'd be essentially saying they can't do that for some other reason when you're that far away. So I don't know if that's the intent or not, but
No,
if you say it's only a erosion control measure, then if the guy's doing it to build a garage up top to make sure he can make the ground flat up there, there was no erosion control issue before, and now it's needed to make that garage, you'd essentially be saying you can't do that. Does that make sense? At least does that make sense?
yeah,
But the last sentence says your local zoning can issue a permit for it.
Yeah.
Definition.
That are subject to zoning regulations in your local shoreline ordinance. That's what you're referring to.
Fight it all the way back there or what, do when we get back, 75 feet or what? BOA is gonna be busy if we gotta do that on everything because retaining walls on lake shore lots beyond the 75 are on every project. It's Chris stops building walkouts.
Stop doing anything.
They're not a problem beyond 75.
Right, they're an accessory.
They're an accessory structure.
yeah.
So those shouldn't have to go. You're just saying if we define it too tight.
Yeah, you could stop.
We
that.
wouldn't want to put erosion control because then that would not be an erosion control. Because there's quite a few with the backside of a garage has got.
That's
a 4
where we define it too tight.
Yeah.
That's where I think if you go with the dictionary version of it,
Leave it
stop
alone.
it.
Stop it from
And
sliding. Yeah.
If you wanted to define these other things, you can define them, but that way retaining walls. Am I thinking right there, Joe or Logan? Define it and stop.
Just that definition like the judge did or whatever.
Cause yeah, I think that's the issue and why this is taking so long is because it seems like we're trying to define it to allow it by the water, but then we don't want to do that to prevent it from where it can go. And that's where it's going to be so hard to come up with something that meets both of those asks.
Can't allow it by the water other than through hardship, and then they have to go through BOA.
Yeah, I've heard no one ask to define a retaining wall that you can allow to do them. If
Too close.
to me, I've been looking at this door a little bit. If you guys looked at this door and you see the trash can sitting right next to it. With that trash can, if it was pulled and touched against the wall, this is where we run into that. It's just that little bit right there. And that trash can sit there and you got your slope coming away from the door. You can't put the slope right up to the door. It just doesn't work. You gotta put something there, right? Just to hold even the grass back or to weed whip around it. Is that a retaining wall, that trash can? I think that's where we're getting hung up on is that everyone's worried that you gotta call that a retaining wall. I don't know anyone that calls that a retaining wall. And I think if you use reasonable use and Joe was in front of a judge or this thing came forward like you talked, there's no way Joe would say, no, that's a retaining wall. Tear it out. Logan, go tell him to tear it out.
I can argue many things.
What makes your time?
So
I know you wouldn't.
So I think we just need to define it.
define a retaining wall, but then define landscaping.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the
dictionary,
whatever dictionary version we want to use that as our retaining wall definition. And then I think landscaping is our next item to determine what it is.
So read that,
What's
read
in
that.
here now.
Joe, you still have that up for the retaining wall?
A wall that is built to keep the land behind it from sliding.
Okay. So that would be our definition, not to tie it in, okay. But now landscaping,
The one we've got in here now is not, that's not landscaping.
Right.
No.
no, it's just a pretty simple one line, but
Means the removal or alteration of topsoil.
probably out of the dictionary too.
It could be.
Yeah, and I think the reason it was, I don't think it's in our current ordinance. I put that in there because we do get questions quite a bit. When someone doesn't meet the filling and grading requirement for a filling and grading permit, it says a landscaping permit may be required still, but there's nothing, I mean, I agree. I don't know if the definition really helps that at all, but at least it tells them what it is. I mean, I think you could get a little further into the weeds on what it actually is. So if someone's reading the ordinance, you know what you need that landscaping permit for. So for example, that's under would be on this current packet, page 27. 26 and 27 of 34. So it states a filling and grading permit is required if it meets any of those thresholds. And then on 27, number 4 says a landscaping permit may be required for any disturbance under the thresholds listed in subsections B1 through 3. And that's how it's in our ordinance now. Without a definition, I believe there isn't one in there.
I'm reading about it, but it.
So what's the difference between land disturbance and landscaping, 46 and 47?
Yeah, Justin.
46 and 47 on page 6. What's the difference between those two?
6, you went way back. Backwards.
So the land disturbance is an overall definition for clearing, grading, filling, everything, kind of just the general chapter headline for it. And landscaping is more just for that specific carve out of a potential permit being needed for it. I mean, I don't think a list like was explained is a necessarily a bad idea of some examples, but if not including, at least it would give people an idea of some of the things that are landscaping.
Skipping here.
Well, then it jumps into C on page 27 is the excavating, so that instead of the definition there, it has it more here. For C is 1 and 2, excavating sanitary systems, dwellings. Okay. And that has included but not limited to terraces, runoff diversions, grassed waterways, used for sediment retardation, and shall not require a permit fee provided. Soil conservation practices and stuff are in there then. So on that, that's exempted for some of those 2 things? Is what we're looking at too. But I mean, those fall outside of landscaping,
Which falls outside of landscaping?
the excavating. If you see that, C 1 and 2. So to get down the landscaping, you have to under 2,000 square feet, if I'm 8,000 square feet, it's on the percentages.
Yeah, so if someone's doing something to their property that's 1,500 square feet on flat ground, it may require a landscaping permit depending on what they're doing.
Yeah,
But it doesn't trigger a filling and grading permit because it didn't meet one of those three
one
thresholds.
of the three thresholds of the bigger.
Everything I do in Polk County, other than in the village, for what I do for landscaping, needs a land use permit on the water, basically.
Yeah.
It's just the way I tell people that, and it blows their mind. You come on a Saturday and, you know, you want to fix 500 square feet of grass over here, I gotta get a land use. permit. Most people have no idea it all encompasses here, but it's
Yeah.
pretty much everything that I do. Within the shoreline.
Within the shore, yes. Within that 75, yep. And up to 300 is the filling and grading is the bigger one, yeah.
We're still talking about landscaping.
Yes. I
But
think,
do we
yeah.
need to do? Why doesn't land disturbance? That sounds more to me like the definition of landscaping than the definition that we have in here right now. And I know that's just a temporary thing. Because you're altering the soil vegetation. It could be grading, excavating, filling.
There's the three of those definitions are very close. I think the grading one is very close, the landscape one.
Yeah,
They're kind of, I mean, they're accurate, but they're very broad
yeah.
stuff. And I guess it goes back to, like I said, when we pull a boathouse permit now and do our stuff, am I just gonna put an arrow to it and say landscaping or?
Yeah, yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that's where I'm lost. I just,
Land disturbance, landscaping.
some of that, because it's gonna get brought up.
So
Oh, land use runoff goes right in there too.
I have a
Well,
thought.
if you have the landscaping, it's less than the 2,000 square feet, 12%. So if it's under all that.
What's your thought?
What's your thought?
So just reading John's definition, and there were some things I think, I just edited it, I'll put it that way. How about, what, does this sound logical? Landscaping refers to any activity that modifies, maintains, or restores an area of land to reduce erosion, maintain or restore natural vegetation, and or protect water quality. Examples include, but are not limited to, then the softscape, hardscape, and terrain that you have. I know that's long, but let's talk about, you know, the things about making it more attractive. If that's a struggle. I mean, I like the idea of more attractive, but is that a deal when it's within the 75-foot setback?
Some of that, I mean, I took like 5 definitions.
No, I know. No, I know, but I'm just thinking, if we're worried about maintaining water quality, if want the rock next to the step because it helps hold soil, I don't know. It was just.
Every one of us has a different
Yeah.
idea of
Yeah.
attractiveness.
Right, exactly. So is that
Can you
palatable?
read it again?
That's the one on the sheet here.
No.
She edited it, just.
She ate-eyed
I
it a
did,
little bit.
I ate it out of, Pam's AI. Landscaping refers to any activity that modifies, maintains, or restores an area of land to reduce erosion, maintain or restore natural vegetation, and or protect water quality. And then the examples are included but not limited to then those softscape, hardscape terrain.
And I don't know if you'd want to take the retaining walls out of the hardscape, because the retaining wall is already defined and you know
Sure.
that's an accessory structure, so you'd have to get a permit. I
Sure.
don't know if taking that out of there leaves us a little, like I said, if I put landscape down on the boathouse down there, then at least that's not in with that too.
I don't know, maybe that's too vague and maybe I'm
Yeah.
overthinking.
I like
it.
I do like taking out retaining walls, but do you also take out the structural
Sure,
erosion
yeah,
control
yeah.
as well?
I agree.
Because
Yeah,
it's
You'd have to take that.
it's
out.
examples,
Separate.
it's not
Yeah.
a hard, fast list.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Are we safe, Joe?
Oh. He needs to see it in writing, deliberate, and he'll let us know.
And apply it to all the different locations where
Right.
landscape is used as compared
Yeah.
to land disturbance. And ultimately, the
the fact that landscape and land disturbance are close in definition, while it seems odd that they have very similar definitions, remember the idea is that you would find the word landscape in whatever regulation is occurring, and you would say, okay, well, does that, I know what I think landscaping is. Is there a specific definition? Then you go to the definitions. The fact that they have even the same definition doesn't really matter because we used landscape in one location and we used land disturbance in another, and we meant both of them to mean the same thing and whatever. Now, in this, you would never use the exact same definition. In this case, they're similar but different in their specificity. So I don't know whether that's fine, because again, I would have to look at how it impacts where that specific word is used, and I'm sure it's fine. But
You don't have to.
I can't give you a specific.
Let's,
So I would say like land disturbance for us as contractors are, we're looking at land disturbances as we're tearing everything out. We're tearing the trees down, the old house down, the foundation down, we're digging holes, and we're putting it back in a rough grade. We do land disturbance 100%. We never do landscaping. That's just the trade that excavators generally don't do, contractors don't do. And that landscaping is done after we're all done siding the house, driving equipment around it. We're land disturbing every single day on our site. And that's where those erosion control methods are important, that they're done up front properly, and that there's requirements that these inspectors and stuff are watching, that we're, you run over a silt fence with a telehandler, big wall. Those guys putting the siding, they don't have no idea what the silt fence is even there for. They load their machine up, they're gone. If no one's watching them, that's a land disturbance issue. We're all done with the job. We got big ruts. We're done siding the house, and then we call and say, hey, get your landscaper out here. For me, I think of it as different trades almost, but certainly some excavators could grade and do land disturbance and throw grass seed back down too. But in the lake shore and on the steep lots, just sharing that with you guys, the process.
So would your definition, did it include like these hardscape definition within it? Is that?
Yeah, limited to, but including but not limited to, then those softscape, hardscape, pull out the retaining walls and the structural and the terrain. Maybe not terrain.
So because I don't, just on the face here, I don't think patios, landings, walkways, steps, or decks should be in there at all, because those are all a structure that require a permit in other place.
True.
To not give the perception that you just need a landscaping permit to do one of those things could be confusing for people. And
sure.
then you see the
Yeah,
fee
I would-
schedule that says landscaping for $50, and it says here that landscaping is a patio walkway.
Yep.
so the hardscape would come out, I think, yeah.
I guess I was looking at stones. is
Yeah,
kind of
yeah, I think.
what I went to
Borders.
rocks.
Borders, leave the borders in there?
Borders
Yeah, I
and
think-
borders, stones, I don't know.
Cause they're examples, but it's not limited to that list.
Correct.
Or just take off the hardscape.
Retaining walls out too, because that's the same
Right.
exact thing Logan's saying.
That's what he's saying. Yeah, we gotta take that out.
So you could just drop the
Borders and
softscape, but limit to, but not including biological, not living, biological elements such as grass, shrubs, trees, flowers, native gardens. Well, no, we want biological for borders, but, or we could just say,
I would leave the
elements.
hardscape there.
huh?
Just leave the hardscape and
Okay.
and then just do borders and outcropping stones.
Okay. However,
Yeah, there you go. Just do those.
Yeah, you don't need an all-inclusive list of.
No,
You might wanna, an idea would be to add
Case
like
by case.
aggregate or something, possibly with outcropping stones or whatever. I mean, like our rock, around the foundation, sometimes we'll put edging and rock and fabric or something like that.
Sure.
That's hardscaping in my world.
Yep.
Would aggregate be better than the outcropping stones?
he'd want both.
Cause the stones could be considered aggregate.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have the outcropping if we're not gonna put aggregate in myself. To me, that gives, like you said, just a little bit, but
For both
We can add them because there's,
borders, outcropping, stones, aggregate.
or aggregate.
Yeah.
Again, they're not limited to.
There's outcropping or aggregate, yeah.
An aggregate.
And then I don't know, maybe we don't want the terrain piece as much as when we got the word terracing and stuff in there, at least, I don't.
Oh, it's gonna say,
to me, that covered the piece in your existing definition that just kind of says, you know, altering the topsoil or whatever.
Right.
Maybe that's not the exact language, but that was kind of the,
Right.
I guess you already have, I mean, there's grass up top.
Mhm.
Yep.
So if that's what that is,
What's under landscaping, you'd be manipulating the earth.
Well, that's, yeah, that's the original. Says
Grading.
activity that modifies,
Terracing or
maintains, or
grading
restores
swales.
an area of land
it might be easier to, better to take it out, so it's
that the terrain
the
one.
terrain.
Yeah,
Because we are modifying, maintaining, or restoring an area of land to reduce erosion, maintain or restore natural vegetation, and or protect water quality.
That would be an example how they're doing it.
I don't know.
Okay, or not. Okay.
Brain's getting fried. Okay.
yeah, I think it's time.
Yeah, I'd probably recommend taking that out. Because if you're terracing, you're likely terracing
Just a whole different level of stuff, I
on
think.
an actual slope rather than a flat lot, or, you know, I just don't know how often it would. I think the filling and grading is gonna probably trigger when you're terracing your
When you're
lot.
doing that, okay. All right. That gets that.
So Chair, what did we decide?
Right there, what you wrote, we just took out terrain. Did you write it
Yeah,
separate?
I have it written over here, yeah.
Let me get
I'll
that.
get that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you give it to him,
give it to
right?
you.
Don't need you to read it.
All right. We also have the deck and patio. Where is that? Is that 115 or where did I?
Are you looking at accessory structures?
It's under there, but they wanted that broken down, what a patio is, what a deck is. Because if a deck is covered, it's a porch. I read that
We're on page 2,
115 or whatever,
B2.
of the new one,
Correct. That's what you're talking about, right?
but
Page
that's where they
2.
asked for deck and patio. That's not what we were looking for.
So deck is under number 14.
Yeah,
In there.
So that'd be page 3 of 34.
and it says it has no roof or sides in the
Yep.
definition.
Okay, so then we just don't have patio.
Deck and patio are the one and the same is what they're saying.
Yeah.
Even though, yes, they're different, but this example is, they're one somewhat the same.
Deck patio means an enclosed structure with no roof or sides. All right. If that's good enough, because then if it's covered, it's a porch, I guess.
Mhm.
So that's kind of covered. What other one did we have? We outlined deck, patio, retaining wall, landscape and grading.
Fence. Brad brought up 15.
Excavating fell under, we were just there.
Excavating's page 3, yeah.
Yeah, page 27, though, and then it kind of tells you what it is here.
Page
Even though it
27
isn't the definitions, it's
gives you what excavating is what you're
it's got
saying.
excavating, filling and grading, excavating for dwellings. Well, no, it doesn't. It just says that it's,
That's for dwelling.
Excavating means to remove by scooping or digging out.
it just says that they're exempt. That's what's exempt for some of it. There's where your terraces are.
This is the general definition. It's still in definition.
Right,
Excavating.
so
So do you want, what definition do you want to get back? Is that
I don't know, Mr. Nelson's.
So,
brought it
yes.
up.
Asking for a new definition. I just wanted to make sure that, because it said that scoop, what did it say?
Scooping or
Scooping
digging.
and digging out.
Digging. So if I run a dozer on a site, it's not excavating?
It's digging.
Wanted
I
to,
mean,
So I would,
My garden and take my shovel out and I.
Now you're sounding like old-
excavating.
you're right.
okay.
That's all. Just, I would think excavating. You got a dozer on the site, you're digging too, you're removing soil. Just thought that I'm
it'd be a little
fine
cleaner.
leaving it too. I just bringing up things that.
But it would be like under filling and grading, almost, as soon as you're on location.
Past it, that wasn't my big concern.
Do it better than what's in there.
I mean, it doesn't have to be in there either. It would just then default to, again, the general, and that's probably pretty close to what that is, but
Or it'd be under land disturbance.
yeah, I think that's why we put them in there, is because under land disturbance, it talks about, filling, grading,
Filling, grading,
excavating, so, but
filling, grading.
Well, the fence on the property line, that came up.
The ordinance says you can have a 15-foot tall fence.
That is in the model.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
That's verbatim. Which I don't understand, but it is.
Yeah, so if we took that out, that'd be like us taking both houses out. We can't take it out. It's an exempt structure per statute, so we have to have
Have
that
to
for
leave there.
that language. Right, wrong, or indifferent.
So we can't take that one off because,
Not the 15-foot one along the roadway. That one's part of, that's right in the model.
but, okay. Is everything in the model follow statute? I don't know.
Fence 59.6921 ND 7 stats. A fence along a roadway that meets all of the following requirements. I'm guessing that is right out of stats.
Yeah.
Just because it's referenced.
Crazy stat.
I won't disagree with that.
Somebody got their fence they were looking for.
Yeah.
Right, along the road, no
Somebody
greater than
got-
50, it can be less than 15 feet high.
Very
But
specific.
it could be bigger
Made
than
out
15
of
feet.
cars that are
And-
crushed. We
There's
have
been a policy.
Cedars that are gonna be. high.
made out of crushed cars.
All right, are we pulling excavating? Are we leaving it? Are we not worried about excavating?
I think we're worried because it's under all the other land disturbance.
Okay.
And if we take it something to add it better. It's under there pretty good, I think.
Outlaw, is that on?
Credentialed professional, page
Yeah.
19 or something that came up.
Oh, yeah, that's not in here at all, though.
Yeah, on page 19 here.
Yeah, but it's not in the definitions.
No.
I think it is. Number 12.
Number 12? Oh, yeah, it is.
Three.
That's pretty
And that was
clear.
just about the 20% slope, because we have some jobs, a lot of them, where you might only have a little bit of a slope right down by the lake, let's say, or somewhere down by the water, and it's the size of a ditch. A ditch on your road has got a 20% slope, most of them. So if I got a slope, that's all I was saying. And if the county's like, hey, we're not gonna get into requiring you get a credential, but it says it's required 20% slopes,
More than,
more than 20, and we're always working on more than 20. Some of them are very little, sometimes they're the whole job site. I get it, it's a decision probably by Land and Water that has to decide, hey, I'm not worried about this 3 feet at 20%. They come along and all of a sudden you go, oop, oop, and then you're flat again, and well, right there, I'm 20%. And just clarifying that is, how do we handle that? So we know, if I got any 20%, I gotta find someone.
And you have to have a site visit to see what would work.
Yeah, and I get we have to have a site visit, that's not the problem, but like if a homeowner's, it's such a little job and a homeowner wants to do his own landscaping. And we're fine, and he doesn't want to hire a pro lawn, which he maybe would say, hey, John, even though he's not certified, we're gonna let them pass through the process. There's certain landscapers. Or if the dirt guy wanted just to throw some seed back on the site, we're gonna require that, or this, it's got a lot of vagueness to it.
The intent again was to create efficiencies for the plan submittal for us. You know, we want to make sure, because our staff do a lot of back and forth with the contractors, trying to get plans, you know, suitable, you know, prior to approval and that. And the hope here was that, you know, maybe there was some trainings that landscapers or contractors, whoever they are, could gain some more instruction and knowledge about erosion control practices, so that, and plan development, so that when we would get those plans in, we'd have a high level of confidence that, you know, these are the appropriate practices, and that we could maybe in some cases expedite that plan review process, because we know that, you know, this person has gone through the training, they know the practice that apply in these sort of cases, and that, you know, the plan is a good one.
Maybe the thought would be it just may require then. I mean, I don't usually like to, you know, say, hey, it may, or it should be yes or no, but in this case, this would give us a little, your chance to say, yeah, we don't need one on this one. We're here. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, and I think that's why the last sentence in credentialed professional is the way it is, saying it can also include a professional approved by the zoning administrator that has expertise relating to erosion and stormwater control.
Sure.
So I think that's kind of the may part, like, yeah, this plan is great. We know that you do this, that's good. I think the whole reason it got put in there is if you do, and we do get some homeowners that are like, I'm gonna do this myself, and it's a huge project, it's like, we kind of want this to be like, well, we need some sort of class you've went through. Cause I mean, once you open this up by yourself, it could be really bad if you don't have some background of what needs to be there. And it also, like Eric said, starts with the plan. They might have no idea where to even start with a plan if they've never even opened any sort of erosion control book up, but yeah, I would say from my perspective, that's where we put that last sentence in there. That way, somebody that's already done dozens of them comes in and like, oh no, we can't approve it until you come and go to class for it, even though you know everything that you're gonna get through that. But
I would encourage too, if it's possible or whatever, but you know, years ago, I don't know, 20 years ago now, we probably did the buffer class, and it's like, if all this stuff is as important as everybody's talking about, let's do another class.
So,
Well, let's get something going and get some of these contractors and people that aren't as involved as some of us, and make sure everybody's on the same page. And maybe it's a simple little certificate too, you guys can say, all right, these guys went through the class, it'll ease your load, whatever. But I think that's huge. Could be.
be assured that those conversations are being had.
Okay.
And, you know, once, if any changes take place and this is, you know, within the ordinance, we would definitely make it a priority to take people through those classes or point them into the direction to get those soil erosion inspection certificates, things like that. So, yeah, we've been talking about that.
Yeah, I think it would be good to retouch on some of the mitigation stuff too now, just because the practices have changed so much and whatever. Get a little workshop like this going where everybody can kind of share stuff and figure out what's working. I mean, that's what all this is about, and let's make sure it's getting out there.
We've been talking about it.
The state did have it for a while because it made all the plumbing. And then we got the license for 3 years, then they took it away.
What's next?
Just to get. So you had to go classes to do all this. You implement it, and then they take your license away and say, no, we want just engineers. Because that's exactly what it is. So,
Did we skip over outlot, Chris, or, Kim?
no, I still have that highlighted here.
So you're going by your notes versus, or got it. Okay.
Yeah,
Understand, sorry.
I took
Different
what they
order.
said and then I put it in the
Yep.
next page. again.
Perfect.
But deck patio, we got retaining wall, the landscape grading book, and I got outlots. were brought up. So on the outlots, is that more for the surveyor and stuff?
Well,
Outlot
it's
6, or how
both
is
because
that?
it's deals with the surveyor and developing the lot, but then if somebody makes an outlot and then comes to zoning and they can't do what they wanted to for the intent of it, it's directly related. So we need, if there's a different thought on how an outlot should be used, then the definition should be changed. Because from the plain reading of it, it really reads like it needs to be, that building needs to be for something on that open space lot, not an outlot, someone storing, again, like a boat was mentioned, but if there's no lake on that outlot, is that for the actual lot itself? Or just like personal storage is more of an accessory structure that's not a structure accessory to that specific use on the outlot. For example, when I've been looking into it is like, so a lot of parks and stuff will be put in outlots because there won't be any development other than development that's accessory to that use, like a playground or something like that, or maybe a little pavilion for the park or things like that. And that's where I gave the example, and it was truly just an example. And I don't remember ever saying a size restriction. So I would like to see that, but
So we have outlots across from a lake lot, a lot, and there's sheds on almost all of those. They buy it either for their sewer,
Or their
a
sheds,
sewer easement, or a shed.
or
Okay.
garage, extra
so
garage.
that's where the development question comes up is, yeah, if that's how it wants to be, that's one way for an outlot, but I think it should be reworded. Or those lots should just be made to a buildable lot size because they can, they're just being reduced below the acre for a variety of reasons, but.
Yeah, whatever, that's not ours, but I mean, if it meets the surveyor and stuff. I mean, there's so many holy man, there's a lot of outlots.
Chair, can I give you an example of one outlot thing on a conservancy lot that the county did with the previous zoning administrator? We did a conservancy development right up here on 46.
Lucy Kaiser's.
It was the McCurdy's old property.
Okay.
And we developed I don't know if it was a hamlet or what it was. It was something with more density and smaller lots out front. And then we had a conservancy on the back that was a border that had to run all the way around the development. So trees and natural vegetation stayed. And then there was about 10 acres, 15 acres as conservancy and an outlot. When we developed that, we were told that you could put an outbuilding on that, yet 14 lots, I think is what it was 14 lots, that you could do an outbuilding of up to, like, they would consider that open space thing as, well, you could have a building big enough for 14 bays in there. Every person could have a bay. And people that were buying in there would store their boat to be able to go to the lake. Because the lots were smaller, the outlot couldn't be used for a cabinet shop or leasing out, turning it into a storage unit where you lease it out. But for the property owner's use, we were told we could build that. Now, no one ever developed it yet, but it's still pending that, they could. But now it would worry me to come back in here. And that's where I just thought, and again, taking this out of the zoning administrator's decision with outlots, our township heard it multiple times. One of the lots, an outlot, was what I requested. The other one was what the township requested because they didn't want to see a sanitary system there. And they didn't want to see a dwelling being put in there unless someone would come back. So one outlot was 3 acres, but I was told I couldn't turn that into a outlot because it already got existing pole sheds on it. And then the other outlot was only 100 by 250, which we were trying to keep the space down. So there's a reason the township, and we discussed that. And again, I just think maybe it'd be better if the townships would approve that building. It meets all the setback. It meets everything. It just, this open space is very vague on what open space is.
Open space required, you mean?
Well,
Is that what it is?
what does it actually say, Logan, the specific stuff? It's in your.
That's what I'm saying, but if a surveyor approves some of this, we have to decide how much we want to have on it, you mean, or what?
So I mean, it's number 65.
Yep, on
Um,
page 7.
And this may be a question for Joe as well on what he would deem that reads, but means a lot remnant or parcel of land within a plat remaining after platting. So I guess stopping there, that's where also it seems like the intent of these is one that's a leftover piece, not specifically created size wise. So that seems a little bit contradicting when reading that, which is intended for open space use, for which no development is intended other than that which is accessory to the open space use. An outlot may not be developed for any use or structure that requires a private on-site wastewater treatment system. So that's where, from our perspective, when it's, a lot remnant or something remaining after platting, it seems like that a lot of times is, you create 12 lots, you have this leftover somewhat piece of land that becomes your outlot because it wasn't specifically platted. And I asked around a couple of counties, they had the same definition, and I was like, do you guys use or allow accessory buildings just for any use on there? And they said, no, absolutely not. Which that's where I feel like if that's not how we want it to be administered, I think the definition needs to change, because to me, it seems difficult for me to approve a lot of these outlots when this definition is sitting here. And it seems like another case of once an outlot goes into somebody and they don't like it and they challenge it, the definition is going to be like, well, how'd you allow that? It doesn't meet this definition. So as long as the definition gets online with what you guys are looking for, that's completely fine. From a development standpoint, if you have people starting to create a lot of outlots, you're gonna take away a lot of buildable area as far as the intent and purpose of the subdivision ordinance and how you want those outlots and lots. I know part of the reason was so that it couldn't be a dwelling on it. Some of that gets, to me, more into a covenant. If you're doing an outlot to not have another dwelling on it, it seems like either you would have ownership of it, so there wouldn't be it, but if you sold it and there's 3 acres and someone comes in to resurvey it and it meets our buildable lot size, we're not gonna say no to a buildable lot
So
size.
Once it's an outlot, is it always an outlot or can it change back?
I mean, from my perspective, I believe that a subdivision, if someone comes in to resurvey it as a lot and it meets all of our design standards, I don't see why it wouldn't be able to be pulled out of that. But I haven't found anything where
That's what our township required on the one bigger lot of mine. They wanted that bigger lot because it was originally a condo lot with 3 separate buildings on it. One of the board members said, well, I like the fact that we would require you to have that as an outlot because we would want someone to come back to us if you're going to turn it into a dwelling. If we just called it lot 2, then I could go back in and not tell the township, and one of those pole sheds, I could turn it into a dwelling, technically.
Okay.
And that's where the township was like, well, we'd rather that ever does get changed by calling it an outlot, it would give us some notification that you are having to go back through the process, and we need to know if you're ever gonna put a dwelling there. So,
Okay.
So
yeah.
probably to pull it out of an outlot, it would have to go through the town again.
I mean, to us, it wouldn't be a subdivision because you're not creating another lot, you're just renaming it. So I don't think we would require a subdivision checklist because you're not creating another lot.
But I mean, as a surveyor, when they outlot it, if they come and change it,
I mean, they
to
could,
make it buildable, how do they do it?
Yeah, I don't think Ed would require, it would just be a renaming of a lot.
Just renaming.
Yeah, it's just renaming the outlot to a lot.
As long as it meets all the specs.
Right.
And it meets everything, but it doesn't have to go through the town, you don't think?
I don't think there'd be a subdivision checklist required for,
Okay.
no, it wouldn't be a subdivision.
Wouldn't be a subdivision, but it would be a change of use. Usually for their planning committee, like it's.
Because now I want to put a sanitary, but I get it, if it's not a subdivision, just renaming a lot from an outlot, even though township wanted that. There's nothing on the deed that says it. Maybe that a requirement on this subdivision, because the township said they wanted it to be an outlot. Would there be a deed restriction on that?
But that wouldn't be anything with, I mean, I think that would have to be
At the town level. to
Well,
restrict
that's what
it.
the town asked for, that it would be considered an outlot. I would think when it got recorded, it would be recorded as, maybe not, I just,
So it'd be recorded as an outlot on a new plat.
well, it is, it's sitting
Okay.
pending right now, but just,
So it's registered as an outlet, but to get that out, you have to go to register deeds and redo all that then. You can't just rename an outlet.
If it.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, here's its 3 lots. And it comes up. Don't you have to read?
However, to Logan's defense on this, if you read the definition, to me, I say if you want to do that, fine, because I think the township should have some say in what they want to do. But then we need a different definition of outlet, or we need a definition for what they're doing. Because by this definition, I can easily see a court case going, wait a minute, you just took this 3-acre lot and I just bought, and you said I can't build on it, but because you called it outlet, well, you didn't legally that's not a legal outlot because it's supposed to be adjacent and blah, 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 blah. So again, I think I like the idea of the township having some rights in how they want to do things, but I think we either need to change this definition or, heaven forbid, God, we need a different definition of what they want to do. Because I do think there's conflict in that definition versus what the township and Mr. Nelson want to do.
Yeah, in that situation, yes. But even
There's
on
too
all
much
these-
conflict in it.
yeah, no one in the system thought there was a conflict until the reading of that definition
Oh,
of the
okay.
open space.
Sure, I'm just saying, but so, or we change the definition, whatever, but the definition per what we've got is that's an issue.
Interpretation issue.
Well, but I mean,
Terry Howard, just for an example, right around the corner from me on Half Moon Lake, he took a Half Moon Lake lot that was 2 little over acre lots. Just a couple years ago, they created 2 1-acre lots, and then they created an outlot for a pole shed. It got built 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Mhm.
So it's just a different interpretation of the open space with the previous zoning administrator.
But that would fall under this definition,
right,
because there's just a little bit left
right, because there was just a little bit left.
in that outlot.
Well, but they created just like I'm doing, they took an existing parcel. They created 2 1-acre lots, and then they created a outlot that was never there. Just like I'm doing, I'm taking existing subdivision, changing a couple property lines and creating an outlot. My outlot is probably the same size or bigger than the one that was created 2 years ago. And there was never a question. I think it said boat storage or something about I forget what they called it, but yeah.
So, okay.
But just, you always.
I could, right, and I could just see the conflict in
Oh, there is one.
what to me, the definition reads, also allowing what the town approves too.
Yeah, and I want to look into that. Like if the town says, hey, we want you to do this, but if our ordinance doesn't say it anywhere, I need to figure out what level. Like just because the town wants it, our subdivision ordinance, if it doesn't say that, I don't know, where that falls in for the person coming in for that subdivision. If the town says, well, no, we want you to do this, but in our ordinance, it doesn't have anything stating it's required. I don't know.
So they would.
Where that weight
just
gets
recommend.
carried. If they're just recommending it and we do or don't have to,
Yeah.
I don't know where that falls. I know for like town roads and everything,
Just making sure.
they are specifically saying if they're gonna adopt it as a town road or not.
Yeah,
But for stuff where if they say, yeah, we want that as an outlet, so it can't be developed, but it meets all of our ordinance requirements, I don't know who's right in that case.
yeah, who's right, who's wrong? All right. Okay,
So how can we find that out?
we'll have to.
Joe? Joe?
Well,
Well, the other way,
Tap it out.
it would be on a deed, wouldn't it? Then it's restricted as an outlet.
Also,
I mean, we have some deeds that have easements on them and stuff, and, how else would that work?
you're talking about generally, not specific to a particular person who has any kind of application currently pending. You're saying,
Yes, any outlet is what we're trying to figure out, because we just did some other outlots that they're building sheds on and stuff. I think one on Bear Trap and stuff. I think it was a conditional use and some other ones. So I mean, we've done it. That they built across the road, that they divided land up.
what,
How do we make this work for everybody to have an outlot. If it's over 3 acres, somebody else comes in and buys it now and wants to build on it. I mean, if, say a township, whoever, if they have a 3 acre outlot and all of a sudden they sell it now and then the guy comes in and wants to build on it, what do we do? What does Logan do?
I think what potentially you're talking about may be outside the scope of what we can discuss. The only time outlot shows up in the shoreland is the definition, and then in a couple of other locations. What you potentially want to talk about is how to allow for either going in and coming out, which would be, I think, in our subdivision ordinance. That's all.
Wider scope.
There.
Okay.
So it is related, but if we're going to talk,
The distant cousin.
we're going to, right, if we're going to talk about how those things in and out of what an outlaw is,
Is,
Very distant,
Yeah.
apparently.
Very distant.
that's going to have to get noticed as a potential discussion on the subdivision ordinance, I would say.
Either on that or on
Okay.
this definition that, okay.
Yeah,
Right, because this definition itself is impacted by that, I suppose, but talking about, well, how do we make it such that something can come in and out? I think that's more related to the subdivision.
That's more, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And so from like the DNR model ordinance standpoint, there's no differentiation between an outlot or a lot. It's just lot, and it has to meet the minimum size, which is 10 and 20,000 square feet. Our subdivision ordinance has the 1 acre minimum. So I mean, technically, you could probably just take it completely out of shoreland, which that's kind of why I had it crossed out. And then any specific standards, just in shoreline, it would only need to meet those, 10 or 20,000 square feet requirements. And then it kind of, I don't know, takes all the argument away from that. I'm just trying to think of, I know what outlots, I think are referenced. They're all
The
probably.
other conditions that the township put on it, like the township talked to me about, and we both talked about it, so I'm in agreement, is that no outside storage. They didn't want on the outlot because they saw a picture of the building size there. No outside storage. They wanted a buffer 35-foot buffer between the road and the front of the building or the parking, the driveway. There was like 2 or 3 or 4 conditions they put on that outlot. And I know the township doesn't record something against the deed. They just put in their minutes. I believe it might have been on their subdivision checklist. I think those notes were put on there. Yeah, and I was thinking, how does that process work through this?
So where does it go?
Typically, the surveyor would then make those notes on your
survey?
survey.
Okay.
Okay, and then to approve the survey, those things have to be done.
Yeah, because the town then.
Goes on their checklist.
Goes on their checklist.
So that's what they
Okay.
had. They have the outlots and then they had these other conditions. And that's what we did. And I don't know if the surveyor put all that on there, but I'll double check.
Well, yeah,
Okay, but that doesn't come before a committee, does it? No. No, all right.
no, the town has the opportunity to weigh in on that town checklist. That's why it's there. But this whole situation with the outlot is interesting and one that we don't
Yeah,
see a lot of, outlots being developed that are this size, that are, like developable lot.
My development up there, that has a 10-acre outlot or 15-acre outlot that would develop.
That was the
conservancy.
conservancy, yeah,
So we do them.
yeah.
That was cutting up a 40 from the beginning.
That had a lot of,
We changed the whole thing, right?
That had a lot of-
Lot.
oh
yeah, you had to list what kind of squirrels and bears were on the property and birds and.
all right,
Yeah, I think the main thing is,
to clean that up.
determine if, so you have a lake lot on a lake, road, land across it. Is the development intent to have more dwelling development for whatever reasons, tax, whatever purposes? Or is it the committee fine with all those outlots? It could be, it's down by Wapo, Bear Trap. I mean, there can be dozens of outlots across the road there. So essentially you're removing buildable land for dwellings by making all of those outlots. And that's just both sides of the coin that you have to decide on what the.
Well, that
your
would be up
decision
to the
is.
whole,
Yeah.
if they wanted as an outlot or name it, number it a lot and.
Well, no, it's up to that specific subdivision when it comes in, or this committee. If you just say every lot has to be an acre, whether you want to call it an outlot or not, then it's an
Oh, I see
acre.
what you're saying,
Anyone
yeah.
can come in, build a dwelling, build a shed, whatever they want on it. If we say no, outlots are good, you got 20.4 acre outlots and now they're all just sheds and there'll never be a dwelling lot on the tax roll or anything like that. So I mean, there's just a lot of different pieces to just saying, yeah, we don't care, just make as many outlots as you want. It might be pulling in valuable land that's now being diced up into outlots, whereas it could be a lot of buildable dwelling lots on
But
those.
you also have to think about, isn't density comes into there too? Because I know we had a lot of discussions in the past, people building on the outlots and then having a dock to put their boat in. It's more boats. It's instead of one or two, you got another one now coming in because of another home on a backlot, outlet, same
Backlot
thing.
development.
Yeah, backlot development, yeah.
So, all right.
And obviously, there's a resolution tomorrow that's on the consent agenda for some of the subdivision ordinance cleanup. This is not addressed in any of that.
No.
Is there any intent to pull it from the consent agenda into a discussion?
So I don't want to touch on that right now, just.
Yep.
It's not.
Agended?
Right, so possibly you could discuss it in number 9, if you are talking about re-looking at it and reopening it. You could talk about possibility of getting it that for consideration.
Thanks, Joe. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, we get to there. We'll see. Okay.
How much longer are we going to meet?
As long as we have to, Sharon, as long as we have to.
Well, I would like lunch.
It's almost.
Or at least
Supper.
lunch. Yeah, really.
All right. So that, what
Something more to
other?
drink.
A little stronger, maybe?
Drink stuff, yeah. General. All right. Do we have anybody that's online that stayed with us that's got something otherwise? We got a few things to look into anyway then.
Well, I think it was said during the last meeting that you guys were gonna talk about that boathouse language. That's why I have it highlighted in red, but
Oh,
not saying you have to now, but just know that there's that language in there that would be a change that did get brought up and you guys
with the
were
7
planning on
foot.
discussing it.
Okay.
The size increase and the
Oh,
7
yeah.
foot and
Yeah.
the buffer.
Yeah.
But
In there. But with the
We
7
did
foot.
have people.
Yeah.
The two part. Size.
And it is interesting because it's kind of the chicken and the egg. So the size of the boats get bigger, so we increase the sizes of the houses, but the one fella said, well, and it's true, how many people actually use their boathouses to put boats in?
Yeah.
It's kind of a crazy thing.
That had the 28 foot, the 14 by 28 there with in the 2 foot apron and then it put it to the 7 foot.
Yeah.
To make that work, to stay in that, because it's an exempt structure within the 35 feet. So that's why we did that, to make the math work.
Yeah.
But the increase was only due to the public comment requesting.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So that's what it looks like in writing.
This is what it looks like in.
Page 18 of the 34, the
Yeah.
one we just got.
And I guess the question is,
Do we leave it? or
do we
put
leave it
back?
or
Yeah.
do we leave it? I mean, do we get, that's the first time I had heard anybody talking about it in public comment this last time. I'd never,
We have a letter.
Huh?
We have a letter.
We have the-
I've had the
yeah, we had the letter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was it. I mean, as far as it wanting it to increase
Yeah.
Yeah,
and,
we had a few that wanted it not to.
yeah,
We had a letter where he puts in the tracks and he.
The tracks.
yeah,
28 feet.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I've had calls that want it to be at least 28 or 26. Because they can't get their boats in there.
Yeah.
And yes, I know there's people that don't use it, but there are people that put their boats in.
Yeah. Yeah, so but that's what I
I
say.
know-
It's
I
a,
know it's that.
it's a juggling act. What's the right decision to make on that? I don't know. Because next year the boat's gonna be bigger and then pretty soon 35 feet won't be wide enough.
Well, that's what Adam Charcoal wants, is 35 feet.
Take it to the water.
And he's literally in the Senate.
Okay. So for now, we're gonna leave it the way it is after we beat it to death last time.
Yes.
7, 28, 14.
Yep.
Sides, 3.5 rails. Okay, so those 7, there's 7 or 8 condition. 8, 9, 10, 11. And it has retaining wall there, so we start over.
No.
Okay,
So it says needs a variance.
yeah, and the 20%, all that was in that. Okay.
On page 18, I think there was a comment about in addition to the backside, not the other way. If that was allowed, you can go side to side or up, but not back.
On,
I think it was page 18.
Those are your diagram.
The diagram.
The diagram.
oh, oh, and he drew it on the backside with it, but that would be conforming. And everything in the model is considered non-conforming.
Setback averaging.
Well,
brings
yeah.
in Conformity.
Yeah.
When you use setback averaging, that is considered
Yes,
conforming building. So I'm saying when you have a conforming building using setback averaging,
can you add to the
then you add
backside?
on landward side, even if it's not beyond 75 feet.
Okay,
Right now, you can take a non-conforming building and add at, the building could be at 50 and your building goes back to 100, you can build at 75 feet onto that non-conforming building.
yes,
But on setback averaging, where you're making the building conformity, can we add an addition? Because previous comments in these hearings over the last year and a half talked about if it's a setback average building, you can't add an addition to a building that's using setback averaging. So I'm just, when I look at your notes, it talks about a new dwelling. If the existing cabin meets the setback average, even though the addition doesn't meet the 75-foot setback, and I put an addition on the back of the cabin, that's what the diagram is supposedly saying there. Otherwise, the intent would be is I gotta tear that cabin completely down, have to rebuild it brand new in the exact same spot. If it's new, and I could build it twice as big, right?
Going back, yeah.
Going back. If I meet the setback average, I just want to make sure is that clear or is it not? Can we add an addition to a building that we're using for setback averaging? Can we add an addition on it as long as it meets setback average? The whole building, including the deck.
I mean, it all depends on what it's considered from the start. So if it's a non-conforming structure, you just go right to non-conforming structure in the ordinance. That's what you can do to a non-conforming structure. If it was built with setback averaging, it's considered conforming, but you can't just make something conforming that was non-conforming with setback averaging.
With an addition, I go in for an addition. So my point is, if I showed up today and I said the guy wants to add 1,000 square feet to his cabin, I just want them to understand that you're saying is I can tear that cabin down to the ground, and rebuild it the same spot and make it 2,000 square feet,
Correct.
non-conforming. But if I came in and I wanted to add an addition onto that house, I don't want to tear down the old cabin. It's good shape. I just want to add an addition on. You're saying I can't.
Yeah, that's what the ordinance is saying. Correct.
I know, so that's what you're saying, and that's what I want to clear that up does that make sense? Because the previous, it's never had that, opinion before. Something was considered, why tell someone to tear down their cabin just to build it back the same spot, and then they got the addition on. It's one of those that'll probably get challenged someday, and I'm just trying to avoid that if there is any wiggle room in redrafting that definition, because it's one of them that don't make sense.
Going.
But that's right from the model ordinance. So I
I
don't,
understand that. There's a lot of stuff that's been from the model ordinance that you guys have gotten away with too. Or suggestions.
That is an odd one, because I think even before, we had a couple like that the people.
Oh, we were just
With
able
the
in
coin
the
with it.
days, we were able just to, yeah, as long as you can meet setback average, you can add on to that cabin. But you had to meet setback average to add on to it. Otherwise, you only get to 200 square feet to a non-conforming structure. And that has to also be on, it can't be any closer than the closest.
The closest sidewalk, yes.
Yeah, and if you don't want to deal with it now, I don't care, but it's common sense stuff again, Joe. I'm just saying.
You can't expand the footprint.
Yeah,
We have a page, 22.
but then what, like, yeah, so if it's a legal non-conforming, it's different, because now it's conforming, so. All right. Be one to ponder, Joe Warner.
I can work with Logan to figure out if the committee wants to find a way to make that make more sense. Certainly talk about whether or not there's a way to get. It's possible that the way the statute's written basically requires us to do something that doesn't make any sense.
That's what it does.
Like me.
That it's not,
Experience with the state statutes that very well can be the situation.
It's one of those things that I see that, again, it's changing the face of our lakes. So when I go out and meet someone and they say, hey, sorry, I can't do it. Well, we're gonna tear down the house. It just makes the guy build a bigger house. And it's getting away from that old way of, we used to probably remodel a lot more houses around here where we're just adding additions, and now some of these new interpretations and some of these new language and whatever's changing in the background. Now all of a sudden I gotta go out and, we'll just tear it down and build a new house, and it gets twice. Now I gotta tear the whole site up, big excavation job, that, put that whole lot through that. Yeah, it's just one of those things that once in a while, there's no reason to tear down a cabin just to rebuild the cabin in the same spot. If it meets,
Less.
I think you understand what I'm trying to get to, but one of them that just don't make sense.
yeah,
I think the end goal is probably what we're all trying to say is some of these houses we're building are getting awful big, and we're trying to control all this. And I think in the end, a lot of it seemed like we were always trying to hey, you think of all those years we sat on those committees, and we were always trying to think about how do we keep it more natural looking. This one little thing will allow a few houses to get additions on if it's allowed, and if it's not, then it isn't. But to me, it's a good thing to allow that if we can.
I would say one of the, something I often tell people is sometimes the statutes don't make sense. Make sure you lobby your legislator to get it fixed.
Correct.
I do know that I try to do the best I can to fortunately follow the law regardless of whether it makes sense or not.
Yeah.
And so, but I'm always happy to try to find a workaround if it makes sense to do so.
okay. All right. Kaboom. Let's go to 9. Let's look at our work plan.
Did you have one?
See, I was just gonna mention the other red highlighted thing that was brought up.
So do you think,
Yeah,
so on the high, on that, do you think we gotta pull that tonight, tomorrow night?
So I think there was one,
Feels like tonight.
it's the red.
yeah, so the additional setbacks on page 20 of 34. I just think this may be a section you guys may want to look at when we're making all these to the purpose and intent, because I don't know. Joe and I can look at it, but having these in the shoreland ordinance might be difficult to prove the purpose and intent of those. They probably do belong in the general ordinance.
Which one now?
All of our road setbacks.
Oh,
So the highlighted red stuff on page 20?
Yeah.
2, 3.
Potentially be removed. Is what, because it doesn't meet the purpose of intent is what you're.
That might be hard to argue is what Logan is saying. And Joe might agree is that that will be hard to prove that it is meeting the intent of.
Because then essentially what it would do is remove that whole point of a reduced road setback being approvable by a town, which the DNR said couldn't be in there already. So if we don't have it in there, obviously that would fix that problem. And in that specific case, it would just, if the towns are unzoned, there's no setback to their town road.
They can deal with that.
Yeah,
Well, the town, whoever takes over the road deals with that.
whoever,
That's-
whatever.
That's kind of what's the Attorney General said, whoever take over the road, the town.
Just was drawing your attention to it for maybe
Okay.
consideration.
All right.
Thanks. He's getting tired.
Doug didn't like the private one anyway, so there you go.
That one,
You didn't like that number 5 anyway, the setback from any private road. You didn't think that was,
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah. Shouldn't be
I
there.
was gonna add it that the town still decided to take it over, so it'd be a town decision.
Or they take over, main road has to be paved.
Yeah.
They're not.
They're not gonna take any over because there's so much.
You ask any of the town guys, they don't want any other roads.
Can we, so we just direct them to remove that language?
I would.
Just take it out now and be done.
Yeah.
All right, take out 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Because it'd be hard to meet the
Hard to,
standard
Yeah.
of how we're protecting the lake for the water quality or whatever.
Right. Thanks for your consideration. Are we on to number 9?
let's jump to number 9.
Is now when we're gonna talk about the resolution for tomorrow?
Yes. About
Everything's
tomorrow,
the limited extent, yes.
don't limit it.
I think we can. We should be careful to frame it as, is it something that this committee believes should be brought potentially back in front of yourselves for additional consideration?
Right.
If it is, then it should be on your work plan and someone put off of. But I would say is just because you're looking at potentially adding more things or more changes does not mean changes that you've already agreed are no longer appropriate. You can always reopen a new
that one.
amendment process later. So if you want to reopen an amendment process, I would put that on your work plan to consider that for the subdivision ordinance. And then we don't have to do anything else.
Okay. Fair. That sounds amazing.
So we could leave it on there just, and then have a work plan. If any of these get amended, that gets amended.
Well, right, because I mean,
Okay.
there are some things in there in that resolution tomorrow that we would like to have solidified and move forward, and then we can, there's going to be future amendment seasons and ordinance revisions. And so we can work through that process at that time.
Okay.
Can I add something to that? I know I've talked to Logan about it. Do we want to put on the work plan, codifying that stuff we made to the actual general zoning stuff?
You need to move that forward as well. So, I mean, eventually.
Okay.
We were trying to do like, obviously, step 1, step 2.
Yep. Amendments and stuff would be coming later. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
But as far as the work plan then, for your April 1st meeting, for sure, we're going to be looking at the zoning administrator is going to be looking at some information and definitions.
Do we have any public hearings? I mean, do we have to go into having some 2 meetings so we can shorten these 6-hour ones up to maybe 3?
I think some of
Is what I'm looking at.
some of that's going to determine the direction and just the, making the decision
Yeah.
at your level, but,
Sorry.
no, go
If you
ahead.
guys want to, we're not looking to jump to a public hearing on the first. It's more of we need
No.
to get a document to take back.
Before, yeah, even.
Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, because that's
Yeah.
looking at then doing a general purpose zoning district. Again, and just a basic overlay district.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I mean, that's what your consensus was.
That's what it was.
It's not my
Our
idea.
consensus was to have, what does it look like having the general purpose with those things that were listed?
Right.
Exactly.
And there was consensus in kind of moving forward with that idea and that thought. Right?
Right, because we want to, we want to see it. We want to see what it looks like as well.
Because there was more things that
updating
was
the-
listed in there.
As well as updating
Okay.
the
Yeah.
definitions we've been talking about.
Yeah.
We can review the BOA cases on that meeting as well. That tends to be
Yep,
on.
it's on there. Is it? Okay.
We usually review those then for the previous year. Right?
I don't think
Basically-
tax things are not, that hasn't been done yet. So that's just stays on there for whenever it comes forward.
And then I do believe we will be looking at the forest.
Timber sales.
Thank you.
They're coming up. Yeah.
Timber sales.
Okay. The timber sales are coming.
Yes.
Actually, they have that in May.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got that not till May.
Oh, he has that on May 1st agenda.
Get that on
Okay,
May
thanks, Chair.
1st.
Well, that's what it said, but he said,
He was gonna bring it April 1st.
April 1st.
Oh, that he could move it up. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So he moves that up. Cool.
So we probably could, if we want to discuss along with the shoreline new proposed amendments draft, could do the general again at that time to at least get it back in front of you guys to see what.
Yeah, that they're both in there.
Because then I'll review it as well to make sure there's not anything, because there might be some implications, but there shouldn't be many, but I think it'd be good to get that back rolling.
Okay.
Because there weren't many substantive changes. There was some substantive. Bro.
And right now, there was no public hearings. Nobody's old to anything that we know
Oh,
of.
there's one, but they don't want it till May, so.
Okay.
I don't think we may have just got a conditional use in, but I haven't looked at it yet.
Okay.
It would have to be noticed by tomorrow, so we'll see.
All right. Does that cover? We put subdivision and stuff amendments on a work plan or not yet?
I think that's up to you, Chair.
That's what Joe was thinking. We should put it on there.
Right, in the next, I mean, whatever you think, but obviously it's
Skip a month to do that to give
the
us some
next
time.
ordinance, I mean, the next review season doesn't start until then, next January.
It'll start like next July, so we're not having 6-hour meetings. No, but I mean.
This coming July.
Yeah. We gotta get through the one we're doing. My goodness, okay.
More.
Will we see a draft of what needs to be changed? The minor changes that need to be done on shoreland? Next meeting as well?
Joe is nodding yes.
Yes. Oh, okay.
If,
It may just be one thing, but
Okay.
Ready for 10?
Are we good? Any questions?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Is there a second? Second by Doug.
That's the question.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?